momentum and chances of proving Bigetron by Vitality that they can beat them. Because if it was anywhere to a close game, then I'd be worried for them today. Since they sure up dominated Bushido Wildcats and they got to show, as you mentioned, a lot of good stuff, then I like their chances against Bigetron by Vitality. But BTR by Vitality, I remember our discussions yesterday. Number one, they gave Vamos a taste of their own medicine. They themselves picked up the Melissa, rolled with it. Game number two, despite the rocky game number three, despite the rocky start to it, they got their condition and they were clear with it, as you mentioned, Eman. But Finn, Moreno, Nile, and Shogun, all of them were fantastic in the series. They played yesterday against Vamos, that it's safe to really look at them as the favorites heading into this game.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very safe a very safe prediction if in case. And the reason why I say that is BTR have performed well in the most recent international tournament, MSC, up until the point that they lost against a Filipino team, Falcons. I think that there was a little bit of a change up when it comes to the priorities of the teams. Like, for example, when they first played with the Melissa in the group stages, they look unbeatable, and then in the playoffs it seems like there was a tech that Falcons were able to invent up against the Melissa. Apart from banning it, they also picked the Clint against it, and then we eventually saw that Eman could not play as aggressively anymore. But now, with the mixture of Clint, Melissa, and Brody as tech gold lane marksman picks, it allowed Nael to just focus on one specific hero, which is the Hirara. So BTR, I think they're the favorites in this scenario because of the amount of hero pool that they have up against Foot Esports. And we haven't even talked about the guy who actually has a lot of heroes under his belt, Maestro Moreno.
Oh, the Maestro. He really continued his string of really stellar games, and games that just continued to push his own moniker. He really was a maestro for Bigetron by Vitality yesterday against Team Vamos. And I think that's going to be a good starting point here for Foot Esports in the center of the map through Psyche and Blotsfet. By the way, I want to say congratulations to Psyche. He is going to be playing at the Nations Cup representing Germany alongside Kid Bomba. So cool. That's going to be his first international call-up, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations to him and, of course, the entirety of Team Germany. So for Foot Esports, I remember we were talking about it with Monsieur Sultan de Guzman, and we asked him, it's like, hey, what's it like in Turkey? Do you guys think it's just an easy lock-in for you guys to MSC? And he admitted to us, no, there's a lot of really good teams, and Foot Esports is one of those really good teams that he admittedly see as a team that other teams around the world need to respect.
Yeah, to be fair, they were battling it out back and forth in the Turkey region, MTC. That's right? It's not MCT, right? It's MTC.
Yes. MTC is for Turkey. MCT is the Champions Tour.
That's right. There you go. You're right. All right. So in that region, we saw that there was almost a rivalry, a little Classico in that region. But of course, Aurora Gaming have won consistently up against Foot Esports. That did not stop Foot Esports though from performing internationally when we started doing the wildcards. They almost got to MSC as well, had it not been for other factors. Because that's just very strong competition in the wildcards anyways. So what I'm trying to say here is that Foot Esports are not pushovers by any means. We saw yesterday how good they were with the aggressive composition that they're playing with. I, however, feel like they have to work better when it comes to their drafting, because it felt like their drafts yesterday were a little bit not as good as their opponents. And when you're looking at Bigetron by Vitality, there were so many games in the MSC, and yesterday when I felt like, okay, they actually have a better draft. And this is a team that has a good amount of coaching staff with them, including Coach Panda in there as well. But I do know that Vitality, they can well, actually. They can look for the proper heroes in the meta game that will allow them to be successful in each of the games that they play. So, yep. Foot Esports has to work with their drafting in order for them to be able to have a chance against Vitality.
We start by looking at the EXP lane. Shogun for Bigetron by Vitality. His Barretts, he was one of the key Barretts players that we got to see yesterday. But Shogun, I really like how he plays the map and how he plays his role, especially with someone like Finn in the roam. We've always talked about how EXP and roam are very interchangeable. They're the ones taking turns in terms of which one of us will initiate, which one of us is entry to get vision. You can juggle that around, and Shogun just has always, to me, delivered a great balance of being able to do both, no matter the situation. It's like whatever you need him to do, he'll be able to do it. On the other side, for XE, when he played yesterday against Bushido Wildcats, he also showed off some key heroes which will be key in the trades in this matchup. Barretts, Paquito. For Bigetron by Vitality against Team Vamos, they had Uranus, Ruby, and the Esmeralda. I had to be reminded that, okay, it wasn't Shogun that played the Barretts, actually. It was Sizka yesterday. So we haven't seen Barretts on Shogun yet. But if I'm Foot, I'm going to start off by making sure Shogun does not end up with that hero.
Oh, yeah. There was the very first performance of the modern day Barretts, the 2026 Barretts, the sneaky Barretts, and it was definitely Shogun that showed us how it's done. And I fairly remember there was a time where BTR by Vitality was already losing significantly against their opponents, and what Shogun did was to play the Barretts in a way that you target a specific hero and you make sure that you will be able to eliminate that hero. So there's that kind of Barretts mode. There is the idea is you pick maybe a roamer or an EXP laner, which is a vital piece of your opponent's draft. It doesn't have to mean you always target the jungler or you always target the gold laner. Sometimes it's just even the mid lane. The idea is just to identify which hero can easily be eliminated and will actually take away the nature of the composition of your opponent. So there was a time where he went for the roamers, that he targeted the mid laners, and it was wonderful to watch because they slowly whittled down their opponents to a point where they can now win team fights despite playing from behind. So that's one way to play the Barretts, and I think this is Shogun special. There was another Shogun special, which is a sneaky Barretts that we first saw, and actually allowed Vitality to destroy their opponents and win the team fights easily because of the pickoff. So Shogun, definitely the Barretts by a virtuoso of MSC.
Barretts virtuoso. I never thought you could actually put those two words together in the same thought. Virtuoso and then it's Barretts. Big stompy boy, but of course with how they changed up this their ultimate. Honestly, very welcome change to Deathless Welcome. And it still makes sense in the lore. For Foot Esports, they did ban out two heroes against Bushido Wildcats that I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to ban out, especially against Nile today. They took out the Fanny. But even with the Fanny gone, we saw Nile, of course, two Hirara games, plays the Harley, and I'm pretty sure in terms of the jungle pool, we're pretty much stuck with that. Hirara, Harley, Nolan, Fanny, and just trading out those heroes.
Sometimes there could be Suyo in the mix.
That's true.
There are specialists for Guinevere, like what we saw from Kylie, and I think eventually it will come up, especially when Hirara as well as the Harley is bad, and then Nolan is no longer good, or the Soyo is too much. Sometimes the option is to go for the Guinevere, and this happens when good marksman gold laners are available, when reliable marksmen are available, because what that gives you is the option to have the late game intact. And still, heroes like Brody, heroes like Clint, these are heroes that are great in the late game, but also very good in third turtle, in practically the mid game, which allows teams to be more creative when it comes to their overall hero compositions.
I think we can latch onto that thought then. You mentioned, okay, with those gone, you still have heroes like the Guinevere. Would it be good for Foot Esports if they decided to try to call it back to maybe back to utilities in a way? I'm sure there's still always going to be one assassin let through, but if they can somehow manipulate the draft to make it look good for Bigetron to pick up something like the Guinevere or any other utility, do you think that'd be good for them, even if it's like a Barrett's in the jungle for now? Or do they just play assassin?
So for Foot Esports, I think it's okay to play utility. Now for Vitality, I feel like with how Eman is playing recently, I think it's way better if they focus on assassins. And I'm saying this not because I don't trust the late game options for Eman. I still do. I think he is amazing. But whenever I see Eman be aggressive in the third turtle, second turtle, first lord, and just get 2 items, just get Sky Piercer and he's okay with the Brody, or when he plays the Paquito, he's just so disruptive. I feel like Vitality feels more like a Vitality team when Eman is playing aggressive heroes, which typically happens if you have assassins. So yeah, for Vitality, Nael and Eman, when they play together, when they play with their strengths, I feel like they're a treat to watch. So yes, assassins for Vitality.
Gonna be a tough task here for Foot Esports, how they're gonna manage, because even their own jungler is assassin coded. It seems like when Kazuya can pop off, do his own thing, and really set the tempo alongside his mid trio in Psyche and Bloodfed, then it becomes so much easier for Foot. But they are going up against Bigetron by Vitality. It feels like it's the classic question of, do you try to dance the same dance as your opponents, who by most accounts should be better at you in dancing that, or do you force them to dance something different, meaning that you yourself have to change? I feel like that's always like, now especially in this current meta game, it's difficult because as much as teams would always want to go like, all right, everyone's just going to be leaning towards early tempo aggro snowball this the way, but there might be teams crazy enough here and there to try and change the mold just a little bit, harken back to an older style, just to shock their opponent and get them out of their comfort zone and in their system. And that might work out for Foot if ever.
Yeah, and then what that generally means is they should have figured out their identity by now with esports. Especially with how the nature of tournaments like this go, it's relatively a quick tournament. It's just a week, right? So you are not incentivized to hide what your strategy pools are, especially if your strategy pool is smaller. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Foot Esports will have to claw their way into the tournament up against the top teams in the region, like BTR by Vitality. Eventually, they will face like the likes of ONIC, the likes of Team Spirit, so even the Falcons, right? So it will be difficult for them to bounce back in the tournament if they don't know their identity yet. If you know your identity, it means that you will have a much better mastery with their hero pool, with your strategy. So that means that you have a better likelihood of winning in the tournament.
Know your identity and keep it simple. It's good to be able to show that you're flexible and you can do this and that, but in this current age and metagame, it seems like it's not just about being able to do everything. It's being able to do one thing, one simple thing, very, very well. Again, distilling MLBB back to its purest form. Let's see who between Bigetron by Vitality and Foot Esports can do that better. Remember, these two teams are already qualified for the playoffs. They will be fighting for qualifications, whether the loser will go to the round of 16 or the winner will go to the quarterfinals straight up, skipping a step in the playoffs. Team Spirit, the latest champions of MSC from just a few days ago, beat Entity 7 with a dominating 2-0. However, since they had to forfeit their match against Team Falcons PH because of a schedule conflict, Spirit had to fight that in the lower bracket, meaning that they'll be crawling from the round of 16. Later on in Group A, we'll see Team Falcons PH go up against Tianfeng Takwai. And in Group C, Selangor Red Giants, Rune Eaters in the upper bracket finals, while Aurora Gaming and the Mongols will be at the lower bracket finals.
Wow. Unfortunately for the Entity 7, it's a choice between the M5 World Champion and the MSC fourth placer, or the MSC champions. Yeah. Very unfortunate for them. And they will not be moving on to the games of the future as well. You know what's crazy? You put the MSC champs in the round of 16 no matter what because of that default. And they also have another MSC semi-finalist, which is Aurora in the mix, right? I hope it's not Aurora versus Team Spirit after the draw. Is it even possible to be that way? Don't think so.
Actually, that's a good question.
Are you looking at the...
Yeah, I'm trying to see I think it's really just a draw.
Oh, it's a draw, so it is possible.
Yeah, it could be a possibility, unless like a cross bracket thing. Let me. We were given some supplementary files. I remember I scoured through them before, but I don't remember seeing anything. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to draw up that information in terms of like how we're gonna decide which teams face each other in the playoffs, where they land. But it would make sense if it's just gonna be a draw, because if there's gonna be some shenanigans about being able to pick one or the other, might be a little bit too much. Mm. Right now, we're just waiting for the teams to start up. So while we wait for Bigetron by Vitality and Foot Esports to set up and make sure everything is all right, let's go ahead and watch this.
The games of the future are a very challenging ordeal. It is a competition aimed at evaluating performance both at the digital and physical stages, which encourages strong ambitions, drive, and spirit. Today, though, we have gathered our athletes to take a quick break and try out Kazakh national food. Let's see what we have here. Bowersock, a delicious fried dough snack that is often enjoyed in the Central Asian region. What do our athletes think about it?
Yummy.
Fluffy inside of fried.
We love to see these reactions from our participants. Let's move on to Gent. It is a sweet dish made from roasted millet, butter, and sugar. This yummy snack usually cooked on holidays and special occasions.
That's very good.
Man, this dish is absolutely enjoyed by everyone who tried it. Now, our participants will try out Court, dry, hard cheese, often formed into balls or chunks. Let's check out these reactions.
Very fried as well.
These reactions were absolutely awesome. Let's move on to Kuimus. This traditional Central Asian drink is made from fermented mare's milk, and it holds deep cultural significance to nomadic cultures.
Pour me up 5 glasses. I'm trying to get wasted.
Thank you so much, guys. Good luck on the tournaments.
I'm gonna take this and then I don't even have more water. What do you say? Asbulsen.
Great to see teams from different countries and nationalities get together and try out some new things. Bigetron by Vitality and Foot Esports are still getting situated, so while we wait for them to get ready, let's take a breather for ourselves as well. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Stand by, because this game could start at any moment. See you in a bit. every one of y'all got to get a great breather, quick little break, maybe grab some water, whatnot. For finally back, a pregame discussion on Bigetron by Vitality Foot Esports. We are set. We're going to be heading into the draft in just a little bit. Maybe we can get into a little bit more specifics in terms of what to expect. You know, Wolf, there's something that I noticed looking at the drafts from all of the games. There's one hero who's popped out a little bit more in terms of the picks, and that's Glue in the Roam.
The Glue in the Roam. And is it because Atlas and Beleric have always been like the matchup that we always look at, and then whenever one of them is banned, the other one can run free? Like when Atlas is banned, of course Beleric becomes, you know, his tier becomes very, very high. It becomes S tier. But the way that you mitigate that is to look for another option, which in this case is the Glue. That probably is what is happening now.
Yeah. Actually, looking back at it, good thing you pointed that out. Looking at the bans where we saw the Glue pop up, it's in games where one of the two are gone, whether it's the Atlas or Beleric. So it seems like it might be the third string option. There's one main option that we must not forget. Of course, the Marcel does pop up a lot in the bans and in the major trades. And I feel like generally it's just a good hero to get for yourself. That if any team on the blue side decide to let go of it and would be willingly giving the Marcel to the red side team, I would be scared of that.
Yeah. And in this scenario, both of the Atlas well, not only the Atlas as well as the Beleric, but also Marcel is open. On BTR, just straight up ban the Hirara. Kind of understanding that there is no positive trade for them. And look at how people are now reacting against BTR. After watching that first series, Melissa is now a priority ban for BTR. Against BTR, I mean. This is not a thing, definitely, because there's a lot of things that you have to consider. You still have to think about Marcel. You still have to think about the Atlas, as well as the Beleric and the Valentina to a certain regard. So that is a free ban that BTR will always enjoy when whoever they face.
That's going to make it a little bit tougher, the trading too. Well, come to think of it, taking out a hero that isn't exactly one of the S tiers that you want to chase right out of the bat opens up a lot of options very quick. It went straight from banning out the Selena to an instant fanny ban by Foot Esports, one of the heroes that we mentioned. And again, we should be very scared of the team willingly giving up the Marcel as the first pick, especially when it's the Valentina they choose to prioritize instead.
Yeah. How crazy BTR has been drafting. And definitely Foot Esports will be shocked in this first pick. Atlas, Beleric, Marcel. What do you pick now? And BTR felt like there were way too many options. Let's pick a hero that will answer all of that. And that definitely is the Valentina. I like the idea of the Uranus though. I believe that Foot Esports have chosen the perfect hero to be the perfect blind pick hero, in fact, which is the Uranus, because it really is not scared of anything just yet. The Marcel is a good pick overall, so that means that BTR, even when the Barrett is available, they will second guess picking that up. Without any Hirara, Fanny, Nolan, as well as the Harley might be the priority here for BTR. Instead, they go for the Paquito as well as the Atlas. Way really understandable. I wonder why they went in for the Paquito, because it does not answer both the Uranus as well as the Marcel.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious now that you're most likely going to consider this for either one of the carry positions in the gold or jungle as the main go-to here. Might be too tough to play in the jungle that you might have already just shown your ML card. Let's see if they have anything else to pull out of the bag. Foot Esports, I guess it will also make them think twice about banning out the Esmeralda. Even though it'd be great against them. You mentioned the Harley, it does get picked up. They have the Uranus and EXP. I guess it's like just for a quick hezzy for Foot. It's like, oh, do we still ban the Esme? Are we confident that this Paquito can still go XP? It doesn't really need to. They still have mid and gold they need to pick up. They will be the first pick on the swing back. Might be good for them to lock in their mid laner and just adjust their gold lane pick depending on how Bigetron by Vitality rounds out their draft in the blue side.
Yeah. Harley, overall, the good pick. I think the Foot Esports have managed to find their first 3 picks really well. What really just is scary is, will they find a good gold laner to finish this off? So they will ban the Brody. That means that we might just see a typical Moskov going up against the Claude matchup. At the same time, the flex is scary for BTR because this Paquito can be played in the gold as well. Now, that being said, BTR can just take away the roam. Oh, no, not really the roam. Actually, the mid-lane
Mid-golds.
Yeah. Against the Valentina, you think always Gord or Jushin.
I actually like
options.
Yeah, I like those two. Those would be really good for Foot. Gord Harley has always been a terrific combo together, so that might be the prio. They take out the juice in. Maybe they might just commit both bans into the mid laner, but might be a little bit overkill. They'll need to consider at least 1 gold ban, I think.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it does not reveal anything. Well, one thing that will benefit them if they do focus on the gold lane bans, like Claude, for example, is that you will really panic if you're a Foot Esports. You might not have enough options in the gold lane. Let's just say the Claude is taken out, then where do you go next? You don't know where the Paquito is going. You can't just go for a carry because carry 4th pick, for example. That will not happen. They might even be required to last pick their gold laner because of how limited their options are and how scary the Paquito can be. So Hanabi ban, of course.
All right. Seems like we close it out with our Arlot Hanabi ban. Makes sense. And wow.
Yeah.
I mean, they won with the Hanabi
for BTR.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. It's just, the trauma is real, but I mean, they were able to show up with it. Oh, here's a classic combo. I wonder if Foot Esports will think about just doubling down on all the combos for the Marcel. You get like a Kimmy in the mid, then you just get a Granger to round it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be an option, which means BTR has to brace themselves for that one. That means Ruby Senshin, is this what they're going for?
It looks like it, yeah. Like that's the only logical option. Unless they're not gonna send this Ruby to the EXP. Oh no, it could. Some players have done that.
Shogun did play it before.
Yeah.
And that means that Paquito can still be like, this is just such a flex pick. But then again, they will reveal their jungler soon. It's going to be Harith though. So Paquito in the jungle XP Ruby, gold lane Harith, Foot Esports can still go for the Granger. They might be scared of the Granger versus Harith matchup. It's still a skills matchup the way if you like it, but Granger overall is I would say a normal pick for Foot Esports. Maybe the strangest that they can do is a Moskov or a Claude, but the Granger just rolls in nicely their composition.
Good string of damage, poke, burst. Puts a lot of pressure onto Xe and Bloodsphat for sure in terms of making sure the team is well protected. Wait a minute!
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a gold lane Esmeralda.
And you know what I don't like about this?
What?
This is Foot Esports, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No
that's true.
physical damage. This it has not worked before. I doubt it will work now. It's not like even the case of a gold lane Harith where it's like true damage that it actually supplements. Marcel deals true damage for sure, but Uranus, Kimmy, Esmeralda, Harley, there's some true damage in there for sure, but this is like way too much magic damage that that anyone should be allowed with. I don't know, Foot Esports, you better play perfectly, otherwise they can easily be taken out in this game number 1.
On the flip side, there's a chance, slim at that, for Foot Esports to suddenly just snowball with all of this magic. That's one of the strengths. But again, that's a big if. Historically, lineups like these have turned into magic damage lineups versus radiant armor.
Yes.
Versus Athena's shield. And those items will just stop everything that Foot would want to do. Well, not completely, but it will delay the effectiveness of their composition.
I don't like this at all. And there are so many good vessels for the Radiant Armors versus the Athena Shield, especially because BTR went in for the Paquito, went in for the Ruby as well as this Atlas. And to be fair, you are already feeling the damage output of Foot Esports in the early stages.
Yep. This is what we're talking about when it comes to the magic damage compositions. They send the Uranus out. They understand that they have to operate through this timer. They have to play fast. They have to dominate early and get as much wins as they can. I'm pretty sure they're going to be hungry to get a quick kill onto Nile and delay the progress of this Paquito jungle as much as possible. Because if they cannot get those early wins, it's going to be a very harsh check towards their damage profile against the more balanced damage profile of BTR by Vitality. Blossfett baits out the perfect match. Quick little stun there from Psyche, immobilized. Blossfett getting chased down, and that's the Marcel down. Let's see if the damage will be enough to turn things around. He's going to be able to take the Shogun. Psyche takes down Nile. It looks like they might be able to do it here on the early. A double kill for this Kimmy.
Okay. When we ask for them to play perfectly well, they are playing so well and aggressively too. I have taken over the turtle and they are now taking some of the jungle camps for BTR. Blotsfet on this Marcel. It's always good that the Marcel is on a team that has early game snowball because of this. Actually can set up more. Nile is very tanky at this point, as well as Finn, but against Psyche as well as Blotsfet, they're running down the Atlas. Atlas able to survive for that. But the fact of the matter remains, they have stopped Nile from farming, and they will keep on doing this. I want to steal away the orange. I think this is the way that they're playing, that this should be played. Not only are you aggressive against heroes, but you're also oppressive in terms of controlling the jungle.
This feels like I'm watching a drive-by courtesy of Wizards. Instead of blah, 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 you're just hearing Aloha Mora and whatever the hell spell you know, and it's working out. I mean, they're playing around their conditions so well. I mean, this is why on the other side, we do have our doubts around this composition, but Foot, on the flip side that we mentioned, they know what they're doing. They know that they have to play like this. They know that there's a timer of, oh man, once those magic defense items start showing up, we're not going to be able to do this. So it's a question of how fast can they get their items for their Harley. Maybe if they'll put a Sky Piercer on either the Harley or the Kimmy at this point, just so that you can get that extra little kill power to get that out. And it's perfect. They know what they need to do.
Yeah. It seems like they have prepared for this specific moment. This is not their first rodeo. They felt like the Esmeralda encountered the Harif, which is true. It's the nature of those heroes are like that up to a specific point. I will not disregard what BTR can do with this composition though, but a 2,000 gold lead is commanding for Foot Esports to have.
Golden Hour brought down here by Moreno as the Valentina Marcel cosplay. Just a delay. Did that by Foot Esports, but here comes Foot with their Esmeralda and their Harley. Shogun takes a lot of damage. Finn going straight for the Harley. Perfect match into the Fatal Links. It's the perfect combo with the damage. All of this magic. Drive by my magic wands. And it's too much for BTR by Vitality to handle. You're a wizard, Foot.
And very commendable usage of the traction pulse. amazing usage and piloting coming out from Blotsfed on this Marcel. Didn't have the golden hour in that clash that they won with, but the way that he stuns and actually helps the Kimi and the other members of Foot Esports nail their skill shots by actually stunning their opponents is really good. Oh no.
Wow!
A great usage of the ultimate, but XE will be able to trade. Fortunately for Foot Esports, that was just the Marcel.
He didn't need to take that trade. RX trying to go after M1, but it felt like at that point he just got baited into it instead of committing an escape. But he didn't burn the Purify. He just paid for it with his life. XE now trying to focus on the turret and mid, gets cleared up by Finn and Moreno. Did the minion waves. Foot Esports, I think it's starting to bite back onto them. It might be getting to the point where BTR by Vitality have the tools to answer this, but they know they have to continue this pace up until they realize they can't. Then they need to start slowing things down.
Action Pulse committed. Shogun is able to run away. I feel like Foot Esports in general, if they keep on taking away the jungle camps coming up from BTR, it means like BTR cannot get into the late game, and their late game will also be delayed. Okay?
Perfect! Ultimate Fatal links in the double kill there from Moreno was a setup of the century here for Bigetron by Vitality. Foot Esports were not ready for that. Admittedly, neither was I. Did not expect BTR would pull the trigger like that and make it look so clean. They take 3 down and they'll get turtle number 3. Unless Kazuya is crazy enough to try. He's way too far. Maybe Foot might just try, but Bigetron will be able to take this very quickly.
With their best. Blotsfed is here though. Going for the free moment, does not have the golden hour. Will just give away the turtle for that. RX wants to chase as well as Kazuya, but it seems like BTR have just gotten out just in time. And I think that this is Blotsfed just making sure that he will keep on having the Thunderbelt stacks. It is important for Foot Esports to keep their foot on the gas when it comes to taking the jungle, but they cannot give away big team fight bets onto BTR, just like what happened in the bottom lane. This time they will try to push bottom instead of taking the orange. Now will secure his orange and will eventually get to his purple buff. But the reward for Foot Esports there was to get that push onto the bottom lane.
Moreno has been stellar in this game. 4-1-1 double kill in the last big fight. And Foot, they might just be reaching the point, that fork in the road, in terms of whether or not they can make this lineup work. They're getting pushed back. Little by little, the capability of their lineup to bully BTR by Vitality into submission, into their side of the jungle, is happening less and less. So maybe 1 or 2 big team fights to solidify whether or not Foot can still do this early on, because the longer this stretches out and the tankier in terms of magic defense the members of BTR by Vitality get, the worse it gets for Foot. Finn decides to go forward. The Fatal Links gets countered a little bit, but Blotsfed is not going to be able to survive that onslaught. It is getting to that point. They're way too tanky. The magic defense. Moreno with the targeting of the Psychic, forcing out the Kimi. Kazuya gets spotted out here by Niall. He's going to chase him down. This Paquito going after the Harley. Full-on combo. Fork in the road, and it is gone to the way of BTR by Vitality. Right in time for Lord number 1.
The moment that Foot Esports' formation was broken down by BTR because of that snag, the Fatal Links committed on just 1 hero, it was enough. BTR, they understand the scenario. Foot Esports has to be complete as 5 when they wanted to win a team fight, but that does not happen, and they will try to stake this lord. They will be successful in doing so. Blotsfed and be able to run away. Every time that there is -1 coming out from BTR, Foot Esports will not be able to win the team fights. It will take the whole village of Foot Esports just to win, and BTR has found out that that is their secret, and what they'll do now is just to group up and take one after the other.
And BTR by Vitality's team fight targeting, specifically Moreno on this Valentina, has been stellar. Single-handedly keeping Psyche away from that fight, getting 2 shadow strikes in towards the Kimmy, sending him out, and then suddenly it just looked really bad for Foot to fight into it. So BTR, they themselves, they know their condition. It will reach that point, and we are finally there, wherein the lineup of Foot is gonna greatly struggle against the lineup of BTR by Vitality. Part of the confusion, and even from my own perspective, I have to admit, is the fact that you can't really tell if it's Blotsfet or Moreno's golden hour that gets dropped by. Of course, you can see the sign if you're the player, but not so obvious if you are from our perspective here. Look at Eman right under tower, doesn't care. Moreno get the last hit, but it was the Harith dancing beneath tower number 1 in mid through his own Zaman Force that made that look easy. Foot Esports are getting dismantled. The Lord falls top side. BTR by Vit will continue their push, trying to take some tier 2 turrets.
It looked really good at the start, Redmar. It looked like Foot Esports knew what they had to do, but okay, Shogun is low. Shogun might die because of this, but he's still able to land the ultimate to get one. RX will be able to run away. Good shutdown coming out from Foot Esports. They will need more of those if they want to get back into this game, because as it stands, BTR are leading by a lot, and naturally the bottom lane as well as the top lane gets pushed by the big minions spawned by BTR.
Everything falls now on this Kimmy for Foot Esports, for Psyche to stay alive as long as possible, start getting some items in. Kazue, of course, will be there with the deadly magics, and that's where you could start it off. But the survival of this Kimmy is important for them to be able to turn this game around back towards their favor. It's even out somewhat, as that little win in the center now allows Foot Esports to open up the map. But in the next big sequence, Moreno will have the golden hour of the Marcel ready for Bigetron by Vitality.
And what this entails for Foot Esports is that they will need to go for this kind of play. They're looking for the target, Renmar, but Blotsfet already showed himself. Kazaway is here. Shogun, not the best target, but if Psyche can participate in teamfight, it's going to be bad. But already, the golden hour is being exchanged. There's going to be a big -1 coming out from BTR. They weren't able to protect their Esmeralda, Renmar.
Without the Esmeralda, they lose a major frontliner, and they jump now onto XC, who's trying to hold, but it's not going to be able to. That's 2 members of Foot Esports down. Bigetron by Vitality has found an opening. Psyche is now left behind around the Lord. Blotsfet and Kazuma trying to reposition better for the team. Blotsfet going straight after Eman, so Psyche just has a little bit more room, but Nile is looking towards the Kimmy. Zones him out. 3 versus 5. This is going to be too tall a task for BTR by Vitality. Unless somehow they can get close enough. It looks like with how Kazuma is positioning, they will back off. Bigetron by Vit gets Lord number 2.
Massive pick off, and then followed up by another one. BTR are just way too good when it comes to their positioning around the map, and they're dismantling Foot Esports. We talked about how Foot Esports needs to be together. We talked about how they should be the one oppressing the jungle of BTR, but all of that gonna be denied by BTR from that bottom lane win. And they did. We're down by 2,000 gold, but 1 fatal links that caught 3 members of Foot Esports that had purified, by the way. Still wasn't enough. It's because of Finn, it's because of Moreno. And now BTR by Vitality, they're poised to take the top lane turret.
Conceal play, golden hour gets dropped down now. Shogun brought down really low, but the frozen moment gets a help, and Kazuya gets spotted out by Eman and the rest of Bigetron. Right under the tower with the Lord pushing in. No more Harley for Foot. Is the Kimmy going to be enough? Because the Uranus is not at the fatal links from Finn is perfect. A slow dismantling into the harsh reality. Bigetron by Vitality have taken game number 1 despite the great start by Foot.
When we talked about the draft, you were really scared for the composition of Foot Esports, focusing on magic damage, and you also mentioned that it would only take the Radiant Armor or Athena Shield or a couple of magic defensive items for BTR to take over this game. They did that for sure, but the timing was just so right in the bottom lane where they were able to find 3 kills out of nowhere. Nile was having a lot of trouble securing his farm. The Harith was not being activated. There were so many kills onto this Atlas, but eventually BTR have found the perfect team fight to get the game back around in their favor. And afterwards, they have identified all they had to do was to get those pickoffs for them to be able to win the succeeding team fights.
It's the recognition of your conditions. Know what you need to do, and then you'll be able to start taking it. Early on, Foot Esports, you know that they have that early game damage going very well for them. This is very tailored to them and their own understanding of this metagame. Wherein, yes, this lineup does well in the early, and there's a chance you could go snowball out of control here. But if you want to do that snowball, I was wondering, and please correct me if I'm wrong, there was not a single Sky Piercer built by anyone in the team. I believe they were thinking, okay, you don't need to build Sky Piercer because there's the Harley anyway. In a way, it's sort of the same. But if you really want to double down on the idea of winning it early, you gotta put that Sky Piercer, though greedy as it sounds, on that Kimmy. Get those stacks, and it makes it so much harder for Bigetron to eventually turn it around. Like, around this moment, imagine if they had a Sky Piercer, it'd be way too risky for them to try and take. And this was the moment right here where Finn, with a flicker and fatal links, slowly then got to bring Bigetron by Vitality into this game to this point where Foot Esports just could not get a footing anymore.
And afterwards, it's just a slew of -1, -1, -1. Foot Esports just cannot regain their composure. Golden Hour were on point anymore, coming out from Blood's but Loretta just copies it, throws it back to Foot Esports. It's been ever so reliable on this at the starting at least once. 0 on this BTR. BTR on that level right now of confidence should be difficult for Foot Esports back from. Well, at least this is harsh less all of those kind of compositions. It just can't.
Over time, again, look at that. Radiant Armor, Radiant Armor, Radiant Armor. And that was it. That was game. It was so difficult for Foot to get one. They needed to commit a lot of damage onto whoever gets hit by the deadly magics. The time Shogun got picked off in the mid, they needed a little bit help from the turret as well alongside that. And then they didn't have any more resources onto anyone else. If you want to make this work, you have to have Sky Piercer in someone. There's no way of skirting around that. Get the glowing wand, sure, but after that, get the Sky Piercer. Hell, rush the Sky Piercer if you have to, because it's a clear idea of what you want to do early on.
Yeah. Very unfortunate, and I hope that this is the last time that they will try this. We already know that this is not the best way to approach an MLBB match. There's a reason why there are items like Kiras as the Radiant Armor. This from focusing on the damage source overall. To be fair, let's not deny the fact that Foot Esports were winning up until Radiant Armors were picked up, until Finn, So what I'm trying to say is that this kind of composition, it's not impossible to win with it. You just have to really stick with your win condition. There's just way too much on the list, right, to think about when you have this kind of lineup. It's not impossible. It's just very difficult.
So this is the other side of the coin we're talking about in terms of leaning towards one very clear and specific idea. You still have to have respect for damage profile values. Let's see if Foot Esports can force the issue and go to a game number 3, or will Bigetron by Vitality end it in game number 2 with a sweep? We'll find out after the break.
әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCCKZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
Magic. It's a way you can describe what Bigetron might have to do in game number 1, the damage profile of Foot Esports in game number 2, and what they might need to pull from inside their hats to force a game number 3. Again, still, clearly, Foot knew what they needed to do. Pedal to the metal. They were winning early, but it just hit them, and that realization of this isn't going to work in the mid to late. This is where now we look towards balance, not in terms of identity of what the lineup needs to do, but just damage profile. Have some physical in there, even just one. That's why we're looking for. That's why we were looking for the Granger at the end of the draft for Foot.
Yeah, it seems like for Foot Esports, what did they were able to achieve in that game was to just make it a difficult mid game. Like literally the third turtle as well as the first lord. That's the sweet spot. Even when we are thinking about their lineup of having only magic damage, just an opening for them. And even in the late game, when they found the kill onto Shogun, they can do it quick. It's just that BTR are just way better at the identification of their threats, and most importantly, have just a way easier composition to really pull off. They went in for the Paquito jungle because they flexed it as their blue 3 pick. Went in for the Harith, expecting the Granger. Actually, I think they were literally expecting the Granger. They couldn't pick it up for themselves, but they can definitely counter it with the Harith in case. I think that's what their mind was at as well. They kind of conditioned Foot Esports to be so tunnel visioned into that Harith that they had to pick up that Esmeralda just to counter it.
Yeah, to be fair, you also did say that maybe they would be wary of picking up the Granger into the Harith, and yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Like, it's a theory that they just decided, let's just pack the Esme. And then I don't know if they realize that with that decision that their damage is all skewed towards magic, or they leaned in on it. I'm leaning in more to the idea that they leaned in on it and just accepted that it might be tough. But again, if you want to do that, I will die on the hill. Someone needs to build a Sky Piercer. Foot Esports decided to take away the Hirara, left open here. Instead of picking up the Marcel, instead of picking up the Valentina, so many high-profile heroes, so good for this meta, are available for the taking. I think Foot Esports are banking on the hope that they might be able to get away with the Barretts in blue 2-3, considering that Uranus has been banned out by Bigetron.
Yeah. Already though, Foot Esports have secured an important hero in the meta game. BTR, how will they answer this one? I think that a third pick Brody might not be too far an option, maybe even a priority with it. But of course, the Valentinas, the Barrett, as well as the Barretts, ever so reliable in the meta game that we have. Foot Esports, this time they will have to look for another source of damage. I feel like not only just the Hirara, so maybe, just maybe, they're the ones to pick up the Brody themselves, or if they want to be really safe with it. I think a Paquito will not be as bad. Although there's a Barretts on the opposite end, I think that you're okay against the Valentina.
Ooh, it's going to be really tough here. Foot Esports, they thought that maybe they could get away with that gambit of getting that Barretts for themselves, as it would make sense for Valentina Marcel to get locked in by BTR. But again, it's a Valentina with them. They're happy of letting go with the Marcel. They'll still end up with the Esmeralda. And of course, the aforementioned Roamer. By the way, it seems like so far, similar picks for Foot, except for that Hirara. So, and they don't really have an answer for a Barretts just yet, and they need to start building around that Barretts.
Yeah. Marcel is not as effective as most heroes up against Barretts, but I think the Valentina priority pick coming up from BTR just allowed this to happen. So it will be the Harley this time for their side. Really just self-explanatory in a way that this is a typical pick now going up against the Hirara. So what you're looking for Foot Esports is to deny strong side laners for BTR. So I think both the Brody as well as the Paquito might be their two heroes that can be piloted by MN, and two heroes that will be a problem for them in the upcoming game.
Good pick up there on the Harley. The Dora gets taken out by Bigetron, so that would have stopped the Harley in its track, but I might have been okay with letting that through, considering that well, no, to be fair, that the Valentina might also want another option for the mid lane ultimate to take instead of just taking the golden hour over and over again, so that they have a little bit of a better layering and options instead of being so one-dimensional around it. But it worked out well for them in the previous game. Atlas getting taken away by Foot makes sense. No roamer yet for Bigetron. They have the Valentina, so definitely need to take that away. I still do not see answers for the Barretts, and as I'm trying to run them through my head, they might actually just not be able to get it unless they somehow outplay Shogun as a team to get those Barretts down to 2 deaths very early on.
Yeah. So the Atlas maybe actually, you know what? Maybe they should be the ones to ban the Paquito as well. I mean, I've thought about Foot Esports, but for BTR, they just have to take... okay, of course, the Hanabi. Always think about it. Oh, trauma response. PTSD is what this Hanabi means. I'm gonna stick with that story. I will stick with that analysis actually, because I mean, all things considered, they have a lot of tools to deal with Hanabi. They even have
they do.
Barretts.
They just decided no, never again.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so do they pick up the Paquito now, or will they just go for their own choice, which probably is somewhere along the lines of a Badang, or what else is there for the room? Because there's no glue.
Minotaur, if they want the heal.
Oh, that's good, because they don't have to be worried. They have the Barretts as well. They also have the Valentina, so they don't have to worry about that. That's a good call, actually, Redmar. I hope that's their choice.
I hope so too. Again, I like it when I sound smart. Okay, no Minotaur just yet. It's fine. They do get the Brody. You did, if I'm not mistaken, you called this early.
Yes,
the draft earlier
for sure. I thought Foot Esports should have banned that, but also understandable that they banned out all of the Finn heroes. And now Foot. Oh wait, this opens up another good thing actually for BTR. Maybe they can consider the Matilda now, apart from the Minotaur. Although the Minotaur still takes priority, the Matilda can be good, barring the fact that there is the extra shields that you will give to the Esmeralda. But overall, a good way to activate the Barretts as well as the Brody.
Alright, you're gonna close this out. Maybe some good long-range poke, or double down again on the Kimmy if you want. Just get a Skybreaker, but you do need that reach. So close to mid-range might not be the best bet. Some long-range bombs. That's the long range, and those are some bombs. You get the Moskov and get the Low Yi to play the map.
Actually, pretty good pick. Good picks here coming out from Foot Esports. It's just way too greedy, I feel like, with Hirara as well as the Moskov, but they do have the Loyi to help the Moskov farm up quicker, as well as the Hirara. So, they do close it up to Matilda.
Right.
Such a great way to finish it up, BTR.
Yeah, they should be able to run and gun this very quickly, harkening back to a similar lineup utilized as well by ONIC yesterday. Let me just double check. Why do I feel like this was the exact same lineup they played against Pro? No, it's just the Matilda and Barretts. It's the same, but pretty much the same ideas here. What are the conditions we have to watch out for here, especially for Foot, if they want to force a game number 3?
Okay, you'll have to think about securing your jungle first. And to be fair, they do have Louis as well as the Marcel, so they have a lot of information that they can get. And also, they can take care of the jungle easier with that kind of combo. So that's number one. So take care of your jungle, take care of your turrets. Second is be careful where you fight. Right? It's best if you just farm on your side of the river. A few jungle camps. When you can, last until the 15-minute mark, and if you get to that point when BTR not too far ahead, you do have a way to win this head to head when it comes to the late game.
One thing I have to watch out for with Edmund on this Brody is that big blitz. Where they start just grouping up together as an entire team to rack hella stacks on this Brody if they do want to still pack it up, with the Sky Piercer, or if this might be a Sky Piercer less Brody that we will see. They are paired up with a Harley after all. Usually, that's what we see from teams. You already have a Harley, don't need a Sky Piercer.
All right. XC will aid Kazaway in invading this Rock Ursa, but Finn is here ready for the defense, as well as Shogun up top. But they will keep their jungle camps intact. They just don't want to fight this. They want to go dive for Finn. Not sure who was able to take it. It seems like, just basing on the XP, it's going to be Kazaway, but Psyche now very low. Actually survives from that one. A very close call. That would have put BTR a good advantage, but fortunately for Foot Esports, they were able to equalize. And they also took away one of the jungle camps, which means that in this war of attrition, Foot Esports has a little bit of advantage, especially because they also denied 1 million literally from Moreno.
And what Psyche was doing in the mid to disrupt Moreno, while the other members of his squad, specifically Blotsfet and XA and the rest, were just invading the jungle. And now Niall is getting zoned out of this turtle. He's still waiting for the Hiraro foot to drop by. But because XA, with the falling star moon away, still got to land a bit of an immobilize and a bit of damage. It might be a little bit good, but the slight reset, and Niall winning the retry means bad news for Foot, as BTR can now invade towards the purple buff. They're trying to protect it. Kazaway will get zoned out. He's trying to get close, but with the presence of the Barretts, it's gonna be too tough. They get away with Grand Theft Purple, and Foot won't be able to find a clapback.
Oh, well, movements coming from BTR, so pristine. Only that with this Shogun, close range Daytona's welcome will miss, and of course the flying dinosaur. Stuff of legends. Finn able to help the Barretts get through the wall away from his oppressors and be able to get back to farming. BTR committed Grand Theft Purple successfully.
One thing I want to try out is if you can still hold the charge of the Detonus welcome, press the guiding winds, still have the charge going, and then let go so you can let go of it in the air or something. But topside, speaking of letting go, BTR did not want to let go of their momentum that they had, positioned themselves well, and Shogun got to bait XC into checking the bush, taking out the Esmeralda as a squad alongside Moreno and Niall.
And they were able to push up top because of this. BTR, great positional advantage that they have, economical move that they did allow them to have a 2,000 gold lead over their opponents, Foot Esports. Such a great way to maneuver across the map. This time they will be losing Moreno in the process. Foot Esports are quickly going to be transferring down the bottom lane. Blotsfet might be way too fast in rotating. He gets taken out by a task force coming out from BTR. I think that was such a weird move from Foot Esports after winning the first fight. Look at this. Flicker force from Psyche.
XN Kazaway spot out Shogun. Already the Detonus welcome committed. Eman close by if he wants to join in. RX ready as well. Level difference, Kazaway and RX decide to go after the Brody torn apart. Memory gets brought out, and the Falling Star Moon is a perfect mark onto the Brody. The Golden Hour gets drawn by Psyche, gets taken out here by Finn. Big draw by Vitality are able to catch one with a Detonus welcome. Blotsfet is next. Once again, he just got back and he got taken out. No contest here by Foot Esports for this turtle. They have to back.
Oh, they have to back down for sure. XC, gotta be careful there. Fortunately, Shogun does not have the ultimate, so yeah, actually will get away for free. But then again, that's a turtle. Okay, wait. Eman finds one. No Stegara is there. I think 2 iframes. That's the second one. Tries to get away. Will it be on cooldown? Doesn't need it. They will not push through. They will just have. They just wanted to get a push up top. Allow Eman for to farm up. And at this point, Blotsvet is actually taking so much damage from Eman. And there we go. 5 minutes 36 seconds. There's the Sky Piercer now available for Eman.
It's time. It's time for good old Blitzatron. Hunt down the next target. Get that Sky Piercer for this Brody ASAP.
It's Eman time. You gotta be ready, Foot Esports. You gotta be ready. There is going to be a teleport, a diversion play. Foot Esports wants to go for Eman. But Finn is there to save him. It won't be enough. No, it won't. Foot Esports successful with their mission. Now they want to turn their eyes on to Finn. Now get the kill on the Matilda, but they do get the kill. But how about that takedown onto Eman, who just freshly picked up his Sky Piercer? Gotta be denied of that. Nice teleport from Foot Esports.
It's like they knew. They had a feeling. They saw the scouting report from the last time we saw Eman pick up a Brody. Don't let him get the momentum after he gets that Sky Piercer. And maybe this is where they find the light of hope through the surprise hit squads. Oh, but there's a sudden Detonus welcome, but actually already committed the Purify out. So that's a battle spell for ultimate. For esports, if I'm them, I have to try and make a move, knowing that there's no longer a Detonus welcome available. Blossfed with a frozen moment, but the circling eagle is perfect. Moreno gets to take out the Marcel, and Foot Esports gets split up yet again. Bigetron made that look easy for that trade.
Oh, and now they will just be able to get this turtle for themselves. Quick decision making coming out from BTR, and again punishing Blotsvet from being ever so aggressive. At the same time, though, that is how you should play this Marcel. But at this point, he has not enough Thunderbelt stacks. He is easily taken out. Nael forcing out this retribution. Kazue will not be on time. Actually, he did not have his own retribution. Whereas Shogun wants to take out RX. Look at how much damage this Bats was able to do. And RX will not commit the flicker, knows that he can survive, but man, that's a lot of health that's taken away from him. That means that BTR can now position themselves around this orange buff.
You know, fun fact about Barretts in the EXP lane, in-game you can get a penalty for playing it if you don't play good. Because it's one of those heroes that you can't naturally select into the EXP. You have to go through that little prompt of, oh, hey, this isn't an EXP lane hero. Are you sure you want to pick it? I think after this meta, Muton needs to adjust that a little bit. Barrett's definitely so good in the EXP lane. Maybe a little bit too good, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, too good. Oh, and the version down, but this is just the farm. They just want to evade the army of Foot Esports knocking up top. Want just to push down the bottom lane for a trade-off. And I think that BTR will be the happier because it means that they might be able to pop the holy shields up top.
Oh, wow.
Golden hour committed just for this one. They really want to keep the holy shields intact. Oh, they weren't able to successfully do it. They still lose one of their heroes as the Louis is taken out. Bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. Now Eman. It's actually not Eman. That's actually Moreno. Copy the Moscow. For a second it was Eman. Now Nael actually pops the ultimate. Kazue, will he be safe? Yes, he will. But then again, there's so much control that BTR has around their base.
Yeah. They're good right now. Foot Esports very safe on their side. Bigetron by Vitality will now control the jungle and steal away a purple buff from the Hirara of Kazue. Moreno cosplayed RX there for a moment as the Moskov. And look at the spread of BTR. They send the Barretts alone. Look at how nonchalant Shogun is. He doesn't care. The Esmeralda's dancing around him. Blossfed close by. Golden hour. Perfect Detonus welcome again. Finds the mark onto Psyche. No more Loye. And that's a good chunk of damage got, but Nile got a little bit too greedy. He got caught out. BTR still have their front line for their Brody. Maybe they can get something out of it. For 1-for-1 trade, 4v4. Both teams back off.
BTR could find out the psyche. I wonder why Nile was too aggressive in that regard. I think that they wanted to take more kills afterwards, but a kill of the psyche already means that you can actually win the Lord fight. Now, Psyche is back in the game. Nile will be back as well. Actually, they want to be able to punish. Look at his backline. Teleportation coming out. Kazue might be in trouble. The Bronzefed actually will be taken out in the process. Psyche as well. A bad decision coming out from Foot Esports. They thought they could win, but Nael just respawned, and Nael will be there to supplement more damage. Foot Esports. A massive, massive wrong diversion.
Mistimed, misexecuted, and a little bit too greedy. We saw a little bit of that from Nile earlier, but he got back just in time just to witness Foot Esports do the same thing. It felt like a Hail Mary play, but now this looks bad for them. It's getting close to a 10,000 gold lead for Bigetron. They're going to get a lot more resources. The Lord will march out. Bronzefed going forward. Golden Hour is massive, but Shogun and now coming in through the back. This is going to be a huge sandwich play by Bigetron. Bronzefed eats up. Oh my God! Shogun gets a perfect death and is welcome with the flicker. But the members of Esports still alive. Emma gets to take out Exy. That's 2 down. Shogun gets Psyche. It's these damned Barrett's players who are just so sneaky and so good with it. It's not just about the size of the Barretts that matters, it's how you use it, and Shogun has used it perfectly. Bigetron, by Vitality, will sweep Foot Esports in this best of 3.
Shogun has showed us once again why you should ban the Barretts against BTR by Vitality. They're just too good. It's like he always knows who to target. I think he really set the standard on how you should play this type of Barrett. It's like a proper hitman Barrett. Knows exactly where to point Daytona. Always perfect. Finds Psyche, and then eventually another good find down the bottom lane with that flicker. And with one torn apart memory, because of how much stuns, how much stacks he was able to get, Emma just obliterated the rest of Foot Esports. Foot almost took out the Nael, and then eventually Nael was taken out. But my oh my, what a great play coming up from Shogun.
You can see the potential and the ideas around Foot, why they are strong competitors against the likes of Aurora Gaming back in Turkey, but this time around the champions of Indonesia, relentless in their pursuit. They were able to solidify their win. Clear ideas, again, similar to ONIC, their understanding of the metagame, what they like to play around, the importance of the Barretts, the Brody getting the Sky Piercer as a key condition. Bigetron looked so good with it. What an execution. These Indonesian Barretts players are wild, man. It's not just Shogun. Even Lutfi was tremendous with it in MSC, and even in this tournament. It's modern day Cho. Again, I said this yesterday. Modern day Cho for people who love dinosaurs.
Yeah. The way that they're able to thread the needle and find the perfect target. Sometimes they do it point blank. Sometimes they eat a flicker. Sometimes they go from bushes. It's just so many ways to approach it. And because of their mastery with the Barretts, they're able to pull it off time and time again in important team fights as well. It's always it's always fight winning is what I wanted to say. The first blood going into Shogun, and look at this, he finds Psyche through it all. If not for the Nail death, this will be BTR just securing the fight for sure. Was a good stun coming up from Foot Esports, but how about that? That's from the parking lot, literally. Able to glide, find Kazue. Scrambling, Foot Esports were running away. And because of the fact that there was a quick -2 from BTR, there wasn't any chance at all for Foot Esports to get back to this fight. They eventually lose the game off of that jump coming out from Shogun.
Barrett's, I think the best way to describe it, he's a literal wrecking ball, you know?
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's crazy because even though, let's say, you get a big lead, Deton is welcome, being a -1, and the fact that even at the deficit, you still have to use a lot of things to finally take it down. It's the perfect hero for this meta where the really high burst heroes are back, which is good for Barrett's. And then at the same time, it's like, oh, we've used all our burst. How are we going to take it down? Is the marksman still alive? And if the answer is no, you're not taking that Barrett's down. It's the perfect storm for his return to the metagame.
Yep. The stars have aligned for the Barretts to be back in this meta. And I'm just so amazed on how good Barrett's players make it. How do I say this? Like, they make bad Barrett's player look really, really bad. You know what I mean? Like, because of how good Shogun was and Lutpi eventually, they set the standard on playing the Barretts to the point where it's hard to keep up if you're really bad at Barretts. If you just barely know how to play the Barretts, if you just know how the skills operate, if you're not on the elite level of how Shogun and Lutpi and others play it, you look really bad. Right, whereas these boys, like, it looks like they look like assassins actually when they see them play.
That's a good way to put it. It's like they know their one big target, whoever that they're gonna get, and then it just gets followed up so well. And of course, supplemented by our MVP of the game in Finn on that Mathilda. It was a great wrap up to the draft and a great wrap up for this series where Bigetron by Vitality will move on to the playoffs alongside Foot Esports. But this means, again, Bigetron by Vitality secures the first quarterfinals slot in the playoffs. And I'm not sure if this bracketing is actually correct, but it seems like, based off of this one website that I'm sure we're all familiar with, Foot Esports will be facing off against Team Spirit. So I don't think it's a draw, but it might be set placements. So that's going to be an interesting matchup there.
Yeah. Foot Esports need to just regain their composure. I think it's just the bad decision making that they're able to have. But of course, they will have to wait for their moment out there. They're drafting well. It's just that their impulsive decisions get the best of them in this series.
Coming up next, we're going to go on over to Group D. ONIC and JK, Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 North. One for an upper bracket slot, one for an advanced slot, the other, of course, for tournament life and for just making it to the playoffs. Two more matches to close out the day. We'll be back after a break.
It's actually started back in M3, and then Nats, of course, MBC champion himself, MPL champion himself, and has been in the scene for a long time as well.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Alpha 7 heading into this matchup against Pro is actually the more experienced team if you look at it from like role to role in terms of the achievements, how long they've been at this. And on your screens right now, of course, the members of Alpha 7, the draft will be commencing soon enough. Of course, just making sure everyone's getting ready and situated. Pro Esports already locked in, looking like they're already talking about strategy and what to do next here for Alpha 7. Again, I feel like in their previous matches in the upper bracket semifinals in Group D, we got to see a little bit more of Alpha 7 against GK. But there were some glaring things that they needed to improve on, especially with executing. Especially in team fights, they seem to drop a lot of discipline, losing their formation, losing their grip.
Okay, I get what you mean. It seems like they're not as rigid as what you should be aiming for compared to other teams. Like I remember when Vitality, there was a time where they were behind. All they had to do was to stick together, and they managed to get back. Even DFYG, some semblances of that kind of playstyle where they're just really good at staying as a unit. The best example I feel like for this tournament was ONIC Indonesia, and at some point Team Spirit, when you saw them earlier, I caught some of their matches were so dominant again, but they're also like very coordinated, and it's also the reason why they are winning continuously whenever they participate in tournaments. So Pro Esports there are the opposite of that, and surely they were able to win a lot of series from the previous tournaments when they are scattered, where they're trying to make their own plays, when Sorian Felix makes his own and Okoili makes his own plays as well. But I guess now that the meta has stabilized, you really have to work as a unit.
As the unstable meta begins to stabilize, as you put it, I feel like this is going to be one of the more unstable matches of the day. With the type of teams that Pro Esports and Alpha 7 North are, their tendencies on both ends to make some very aggressive plays at questionable times, but sometimes it's just the right call for them, where they're able to make magic out of what looks like a very risky play, making it work. Oh, this could be a really fun one. But you can see it where it might also be equal parts frustrating, where as a viewer, you're just watching it and wondering, why is this happening? How is this happening? But also, why do I like it? Why am I enjoying this? This sometimes, a bit of the things that they're doing goes against what I feel like should be right in terms of what we expect. But it's entertainment. And I feel like that's one thing that we can take away by the end of this series. This will definitely be an entertaining one.
Yeah, and it's because of how good the players are, all things considered.
Yes.
There's a lot of superstar material from both teams, and I'm gonna name one per team. And it's Coily for sure on the side of Pro Esports, has proven himself as one of the uprising talents in the world of MLBB when it comes to jungling, especially with assassins. Scary with the Fanny as well when he gets his hands on that, and of course ever so rebel with the Hirara. And on the other side, it should be Nats. However, I feel like there has not been any Nats kind of gameplay that we've seen for a long time. And I'm saying that because I was so used to seeing Nats just dominate in games and make crazy outplays, win from the laning stage, and then take over afterwards. We have not seen that in a long while. So for the sake of Alpha 7, I think they really have to wake Nats up.
Get Nats activated. Similar to, of course, you mentioned Coily for Pro Esports. Another superstar there is Sorian Felix, and you did touch on it earlier. As long as he can be active, proactive, and has his presence felt in the lane and in the portions of the game where everyone starts grouping up together as team, then that's good. For Nats, I feel like, weirdly enough to say, just gotta find that balance. There are moments where he's flickering forward when he doesn't need to be as a Uranus, trying to cap off kills, or even trying to initiate with the burst of the first and second together. and the rest of the team aren't ready for it. I know Alpha 7 individually, they all have the chance and they all have the potential to be very competitive and to be very strong, but you just really have to point them together in the right direction, mold them in the right direction, so that all these stars, all of this potential can be brought together into a cohesive team unit. Because despite all of the instability of this meta, despite all of the more confusing aspects of it in terms of the draft, the priorities, actual timings, throwing off even the most experienced teams, similar to with what happened with Liquid and Falcons, at the end of the day, cohesion, discipline as a team, even crazy moments as a team is what wins you games this time.
And where will you get that from each team? I'm sure that there is some crazy shot calling coming out from Nats. I mean, crazy gameplay coming out from Nats. Talking about like those chaotic team fights. But I feel like it has to come from a shot caller's perspective. That's why I feel like maybe those kinds of plays that you're looking for might come from Pro rather than Alpha 7. As unstable as chaotic as Alpha 7 is, I think that Pro Esports, the way that they decide, those the times where they just snap and just do something that's really weird. We see like Coily, like everybody from Pro Esports just going onto the Lord fight where Coily will be in the middle just pushing the lane with an assassin and then comes into the fight all topped up, no resources for the opponents, then he wins it for the team afterwards. So things like that have happened in MSC, and that's also part of the reason why it's always fun to watch Pro Esports play.
What I hope that Pro Esports has got to work on and improve, although it might be difficult, is that from what I've heard, their comms can actually be very quite messy. They do speak to one another, and there is a little bit, of course, of that barrier, but ultimately they are able to communicate with one another as a team. But there are moments where it's like they all kind of want to do a lot of different things, where Coily and Kozen just default to speaking in Filipino to another. Then Soriam, Felix, Sa, and PP are all speaking to each other in Cambodia. And they're all saying a bunch of things, not realizing that you have a duo speaking in Filipino and a trio speaking in Cambodian and Khmer, excuse me. And now they're all just wondering, like, wait, what'd you say? Huh? How did that happen? I said this. You said that? I didn't understand it. So hopefully they got that sorted out. But no, they were able to win MPL Cambodia even with that. So you could definitely tell that there's talent, raw talent in the squad of Pro.
Yeah. I guess, they were able to end the dynasty in there, in Cambodia, against the competition and with this kind of gameplay where you saw that even with a lot of problems when it comes to their communication and the fact that everybody's just very young in this squad, they don't have a legitimate veteran in there, so there's a lot of things that they have to really control, and the fact that they're still winning and showing us how it's done in the international stage kind of tells us that there is definitely a lot of talent in this group of people. Makes me wonder, how can they match up against Alpha 7? Because I think Alpha 7 themselves, they're like they are veterans there. Some of them are old by esports standards. I'm not saying that they're old, they're just kids actually, but in MLBB esports standards, they might be considered old.
Yeah.
I feel like they're still, some of them are really just, they think like younger players. That's what I feel like. It's what I also heard from Alpha 7. It's very chill. Maybe it's the culture of their region and the fact that they're not always together because they're not boot camping together compared to other teams out there.
Yeah, of course, members of Alpha 7 North have been very vocal about it in the past, especially when we get to know a little bit more about their stories, where compared, of course, to the other regions, like MLBB isn't completely their lives. They still have to balance MLBB alongside, for some of them, going to school, working, especially. We know how the work culture is like in North America and how much effort you have to put into work. Whereas for majority of the people that are facing, MLBB is work. It is their life. It centers around playing this sport, this game over and over again and hitting your peaks, while Alpha 7 need to make time in their busy work lives and day lives already just to make this work. And I think that's why maybe a little bit I could see why, alongside this being, of course, very valid path to go through in life, to be a professional esports athlete, or maybe just deep down, it's a little bit of an escape from them. It's a little bit of an escape from the daily lives that they already live.
Yeah. And the reason why I will agree with that is because, unfortunately, this is the landscape that they have to play in. This is what they have to deal with from that region. And we've heard a lot of good stories from just different parts of the world, like in the Philippines, in Turkey now. In the case of the Team Spirit members, it's also different. In the case of Myanmar, it's also totally different. And in the case of the North American region, where you can see Alpha 7, it's also very different. And of course, there are so many things that we wish that they will have, like more players in the scene, more chances, but it's just how life is. They just, like a boot camping is just not sustainable in that region as of this moment. Maybe in the future, if they get. That's why I feel like every victory for Alpha 7 or whoever is representing NA, it's always sweet. I don't know if you feel the same way.
It is, yeah.
Because it feels like they need that. They need that for their region.
Yeah, and which is why, like, every time we get to see any team from North America eventually get a good run in an international tournament, win against teams that have like established leagues already. If Alpha 7 North beat Pro Esports today, that is a wave the flag, cue the fireworks and eagles up in the sky, maybe send a jet out, levels of celebration. Because Pro Esports, again, they come from a region where they have their MPL, long established at this point. They are the champions of MPL Cambodia, so this will be massive. Thank you all for your patience, but very soon, around 2 to 3 minutes, the draft will begin. We are getting close and close to that point. We've seen Bigetron by Vitality now constantly ban the Hanabi. After what Kwanok and GK did to Alpha 7 North, will Alpha 7 North now go aggressive in terms of taking away the Eudora from Pro Esports?
My answer is yes. And it's not only because of that effect from yesterday and correlating it to what BTR BTR's reaction was. I believe that Eudora is always going to be relevant when there is an assassin that's available. So if you will see the draft pattern, and if let's just say that they see Fanny as well as Hirara being banned by their opponents and they couldn't get their hands on it, they're better off banning the Eudora because they will not have a good assassin to kind of force that Eudora out. Or maybe take it away, maybe use it, maybe Cold World can use it, and Alpha 7 can just focus on that one. I feel like Eudora is so relevant in this meta game because of the nature of the jungle heroes. And if you think about it, Koi Lee as well as Best Player 1, both of them will not appreciate facing against a Eudora.
You know what? Yeah, if they can't ban it out, even consider it as an option for them. Although they did play really well around it, they got to utilize at the second game against GK when they even picked up a Rafaela in the mid lane, paired it up with a Harith in the gold, YSS jungle, EXP Esmeralda, which was up against a Uranus. They were doing really well. It just took one team fight where they dipped in the comms, dipped in the execution, that it just didn't work out. It makes a lot of sense for them to want to take the Eudora, considering, of course, the type of players that you mentioned, the two junglers are. Yeah. Besides that, what should be the other priorities we should see? Because Alpha 7 was trading Uranus and Esmeralda. Would you want to see Nafs on something a little bit more active and high damage, considering he's up against, I'm Felix in the EXP lane?
My answer to that is always a yes. Esmeralda Esmeralda might be the only hero that I want to see him that is sustained in nature. I don't know if the Barretts is a good hero for both of the XP laners in the two teams that we have. There is one hero though that I want to bring up, which is in a different lane. In this, it is the Ruby. Technically, it can be played in the XP, but I feel like both of our gold laners actually like to play the Ruby.
Oh, that's a good point.
Zia as well as Kozen, they play it, and I feel like that will be part of the second drafting phase considerations for both teams. I feel like that's a good hero. It also fits the assassin meta well. It works with the assassins and it works against assassins. I think it's a good hero to consider.
Yeah, and knowing that you're up against someone, you can imagine of these two teams as maybe somewhat of a mirror in the sense that you have players who have great individual skills that at some points they really just want to able to show up and show off like what they can do. Pro Esports, Alpha 7 North, they're both like that. Ruby is a great stopper to that. And maybe heroes such as the Ruby that you mentioned, Badang might come into the equation. But in terms of the bans that, as we already are pretty neck deep into the draft, pretty similar bans that we've seen in priority. Barretts, Paquito, Atlas, Freya, Fanny, Hirara. The Valentina is up as an option for Pro. However, they don't need to take it up for themselves as the Vexana's already been taken. They need some poke damage to reach that Melissa. Maybe the Gord or the Farsa even is in consideration.
Yeah. And then when it comes to their jungle option, like again, Hirara and Fanny ban here for Alpha 7. I guess you can pick up the Nolan now. Oh, they went for the Harley. I thought I would consider the Nolan over the Harley, but the Harley makes a lot of sense up against the Melissa. The Nolan, it has no synergy with the Marcel, actually, think about it. So now it makes total sense. Now, best player special, it's going to be the Guinevere for Alpha 7. They're going to be focusing heavily on this Melissa. So, yep, unfortunately, the Ruby pick will not be the option now for Pro Esports. I think they're going to be thinking about the hero that Kozen can play will be able to win against the Melissa. So I'm thinking Clint or Brody. Fortunately for Pro Esports, it's the Claw that was banned out. So they will have either Brody or Clint as their options for their last pick.
Very good pickups, if ever. I know Pro Esports were looking at the EXP lane and thinking, okay, we take out the Esmeralda, but I think you also have to consider banning out the Arlot here. Maybe even the Fulvius? With the Freyagon, Arlot, Fulv, really good with the Guinevere. Both can help trigger and feed into Violet Requiem for the Gwen at the same time. Even the lockdown basic attack. Although maybe the Fulvius would rather not go up against the Uranus and lane. With the Arlot, we've seen it. And it gets banned out by Pro. That is a great ban.
Tora. It's the Arlot. What do you pick now for Nats? Is the question. Well, you can consider going in for the Shark hero. For now, they picked up Mathilda. I hope Kozen does not get tempted into picking up the Esmeralda. Of all the hero, I think the Brody is the perfect fit. I remember back then when I was with Kozen, we all like to play the Brody against Matilda because even when you save people, you still get the torn apart memory up. You can chase down heroes. And the burst damage of the Brody is too much for the Matilda to save. But instead, they will go for the Granger, which is a good synergistic hero with the Marcel overall. And there goes the Farsa. And Farsa has great synergy with the Ranger, with the Uranus in objective teamfights, and of course with this Harley for supplementary damage. Overall, a good pick. Alice for Alpha 7 though.
I feel like there's a little bit more tunneled into the matchup, right? Against the Uranus, but in the big picture, it doesn't really fit.
Yeah. That's That's a weird decision, I would say, for Alpha 7. I'm not sure if this is the right decision to go for. But then again, they're stuck with this. It has okay synergy with the Matilda, I would say. It's a good front line for to allow them to make sure that the Guinevere will have a good time. And then, of course, Melissa needs a lot of bodies to protect her. But this time, the heroes of Alpha 7 that they decided to play around with the Melissa are not tanky dudes. They're more like low HP heroes with high sustain or resistance that eventually becomes tanky as the later the game goes. So this might be a problem because now they're going to be faced up against a Farsa Harley with the Granger. So let's see how Alpha 7 will survive the onslaught of pro esports.
There really is a good chance that they'll be the ones setting the tempo, and Alpha 7 will just be forced to react. We'll look into the XP lane and how this Alice here in this matchup will handle, of course. But in the mid, this is not the start that Alpha 7 wants. Go they don't lose anyone. Best player, Cold World, and Shark are going to be playing for stability for one another. Just control the river, make sure it's all good so that Zia can get the farm. And if they can, and if only it looks like it's going to be a good chance, you get some kills early for best player 1 to start getting his items such as the concentrated energy. But if it's way too risky, you don't need to take it.
That's I feel like this will be a pro esports sided first turtle, I feel like, and I'm saying that because of the nature of the heroes with just the Matilda as well as this Vexana. But then again, if best player is able to find a pick-off as he's trying right now, and he stole the orange, so that's really good for Alpha 7 now.
Very successful invade, quick rotations. Of course, with how Nath's just bullying and outplaying Sorry and Felix in lane. Couldn't get the information off in time and help out, of course, Coily, who was already trying to handle the invade. And Alpha 7 are playing this tempo properly through this Matilda. Good speed, good decisions, converting into objective wins as Turtle 1 spawns. You did say it was pro esports coded, no level 4s just yet for either roamer. Let's see who's going to be able to get this first. With Coily already going to his purple buff, they concede and Alpha 7 get Turtle number 1.
That's Alpha 7 just nailing it. Pro esports, they are grouping up top. They wanted to stop the Melissa from farming. Maybe take advantage of this Granger in the early stages. However, they will not be able to do so. Alpha 7 did not even have to commit so much to protect the Melissa out there. And this is such a great start for Alpha 7 that they will allow this Guinevere with the Vexana and the Matilda to just run around the map. Because I think that at this point, what you're doing now, if you are Cold, is you just fast clear your lane. Maybe punish PPP, who is walking literally in front of them right now. PPP will survive. Shark might be in trouble. Gets the flicker out. Golden hour forced. Sorry, Felix is low, but that's as much as both teams will get in that scramble in the middle.
Could have been so much worse for pro esports. PP was able to get away. Alpha 7 still holding a lot of the priority in the river, in the center of the map. Sorry, Felix has been left into just trying to manage this Alice. But with Coily going down to the bottom lane, maybe they'll be able to find an opening there. PP stops Zia and Shark from comfortably making it into the gold lane, while Kozen is now able to get all the last hits and maximize the farm in the minions. Nath gets dove on by 3. He's holding Throne of Ruin. He buys time, but he gets taken out. It seems like Nath was too eager, trying to get a trade, or even trying to win there against 3.
Fortunately, will die. And this is important because the Lord is upcoming. Coily will be able to secure his own. You can see the reaction coming from Pro Esports when they saw Alpha 7 commit a lot of heroes around the purple. Kozen just fast cleared his own wave. And with the threat of losing some minions, Zia had to just call everybody to just back out of there and get back to the lane.
Now here comes start of the fight. Frozen moment, lots of little snapshots. Golden hour, really good too. And you saw best player won their hang time up in the air. Couldn't even complete the animation of the jump. Perfect golden hour, made that look easy.
What a great golden hour. What an amazing play coming up from Pro Esports. Really commendable. I want to go for this play though. That is a nice initiation. They will find Coily. Perfect target. The circling eagle, guiding wind into that Violet Requiem. Perfectly executed coming up from Alpha 7. Now Shark wants to force out the kill onto Kozen. PPP will be there to help him out. And best player, the way to celebrate with that kill onto Coily is to now take away some of the jungle camps from the Harley.
Instead of risking the jump into committing it, once again another Violet Requiem spatial migration. They're able to find Sa with Vexana getting the last hit. Zia and best player one going after Sorium Felix, but this Uranus is too crafty with it. Is able to get away. Still, that's a 1 for none. And Alpha 7 has control in the purple buff. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Coily outplays Nats. The Alice falls. Purple buff getting contested here by Alpha 7. With Coily on the opposite side of the map, it looks like the North Americans are going to be able to take it, while at the same time sending him back with his long flight. But it's Sorium Felix who finds Cold World left alone. Ate up by the Uranus.
Great pick off for Sorium Felix. Felt very confident once he was able to complete the Radiant armor, oppressing the members of Alpha 7 in there, and they still want to go for more. That's actually manages to just get out there. I think we are now in a point where both of these XP laners are now a threat, and with just one item, they're able to participate in the team fights much better. Pro Esports fast clearing the top, will go to the mid. I think they are eyeing for this turtle. PPP will be the one to check out where best player is and actually take some stacks with the Thunder Belt and slowly working their way towards this turtle.
Turtle number 3, I feel like this where it's all gonna crack open. There's gonna be at least 4 deaths onto one side. You have to be careful with it. Circling Eagle lost in already. Coily wins this retribution battle for the turtle. Another golden hour! And Alpha 7 now have to scramble to get away from this. Is Pro Esports want to commit the chase. Sa no longer has the ultimate. They fly in, but Alpha 7 minimize their losses. Great call. Just back off, playing it safe, as Pro Esports has already won the sequence.
It's starting to be a close match between Pro Esports as well as Alpha 7 right now. But the objective, the neutral objectives, being in favor of Pro Esports because of how they were able to utilize this golden hour. I think it's masterful the way that they played it. Looks really good. Now slowly up top. Movements coming up from Pro Esports. The bottom lane being pushed by the Harley, and then up top with 2 siege minions. Alpha 7 have decided to commit a lot of resources to defend as well. It seems like there will be a little bit of a skirmish. No one dying. Another attempt at a push for Pro Esports.
How hardly is Alpha 7 going to be able to defend this? Nope. That's 3 of the Squishies members of the lineup just solo zoned out by the Uranus. That was the answer on the defense there. And Sorium Felix is just going to continue this. He knows at this point he can survive all of these pokes and these damage, but that's a silver lining there for Alpha 7. This Melissa is starting to really hurt that, and that's only 2 items. Doesn't have the Trinity just yet. Once it gets locked in, you have to wonder what it can do. But look at Sorium Felix single-handedly stopping this Melissa. Golden hour to zone out the other members of Alpha 7. They're not going to be able to break this tower in mid. BB gets taken down with the circling eagle of Shark.
A wonderful usage of the Eternal Guardian as well coming out from Colbert. They were able to defend, and now they move forward. They want to get a kill. Sorium Felix is not the best target. The counterplay, the Feathered Airstrike, the zone of the Alpha 7. Oh, not dying just yet. They want to go in with Nats on this Alice Nat, not catching anyone. For now, the Lord is going to be spawning. And it seems like with all of everything that happened in the middle, Zia was able to slowly push the top lane and will collect a lot of gold for his team. But will they have enough time to get into the Lord? It seems like they will be able to get to the Lord.
They're here, but are they actually going to be able to take it? The Violent Requiem to make sure he's CC immune, but best player loses the Retribution battle straight up. Pro Esports now golden hour. 2 members of Alpha 7 get caught out short, gets taken out by Coily. Sorry, I'm Felix providing the vanguard of Pro. The front line, too strong. 2 members of Alpha 7 fall.
I like what Coily did. After taking that Lord, he just went out and went back when Shark was overly aggressive, and Shark forgot that Hardy can actually burst him down. Because of that big -1, they will be able to push the middle. Feathered Airstrike to put best player 1 low. They've fended off the attack for now. And they are pushing Pro Esports. And best player 1 getting eliminated there. And now they want to go for another. Sorry, and Felix is gonna be zoning out the members of Alpha 7. But in comes the circling eagle. Will they go for, oh no, Zia, he's positioning. Yes, be careful. Deadly magic will not be enough. That's gonna be the... Oh, okay. How did it get there?
Cardi had to go back. He spaced escape through that. His hat was there. He was already running away, but he just decided to go back because there was another member of Alpha 7 blocking his escape. And of course, he ran straight into the Melissa, circling eagle to try and provide the space. With a feathered airstrike from Sa far away means that Alpha 7 will only lose the Holy Shield, but at this point, all shields are about to go down anyway. Could have been a big loss, but Alpha 7 recovered and defended really well.
Whew. All things considered, yeah, they don't lose any of their holy shields. They will have another minute for those shields to be up, except the bottom lane. But that also meant that there is now completed Trinity for Zia. Think about the Granger only with the Sky Piercer. Well, now has 2 items with the Halberd, the Malefic Roar, and of course 3 items. I mean, if you count the Sky Piercer as another big item, then yeah, he has 4 technically speaking, which means that now he is going to be a problem. They want to start with Shark now. Shark gets away.
No purple buff for best player 1 and this Guinevere. Coily's Retribution just a little bit earlier. And you have to ask the questions of, sure, they have the sustainability, but it seems like the front line of Pro Esports is just way tankier. All the long range bombs. Oh, golden hour freezes the Guinevere. But it's just that it's not the setup that they wanted. Shark walked back right into it, but used the circling eagle to escape. After eating up all the deadly magics, they can re-engage. This looks good for Alpha 7 if they want to, but Pro Esports backed off real quickly to the range and poke of the Farsa and the Granger. They're being steady with it. Sharp formation by Alpha 7. This Melissa hurts. And this is going to be a realization by Pro Esports. They have to maximize all the range and all the pokes that they have to make sure the Zia falls down. They can dive on it. This could be a long dance. Waiting for the moment where it all cracks. Pro Esports bringing it down to force a reaction out. Alpha 7 trying to go up top, but Coily already goes back, Wolf.
And that's gonna be seen by PPP. Or sorry, Felix has to be careful because he cannot be near the vicinity of his teammates. Otherwise, the golden hour is going to be there. Muddles is gonna be a problem. They want to go for Shark. The Feathered Airstrike is not on the mark. But now the third from Nats. Now they want to get for more kills here, but the damage is not good enough for now. They're chunking down the members of Pro Esports, but Shark is the first one to fall. Yeah, dives it forward. What a bad decision. He gets obliterated by Pro Esports. And now they want more. Best player 1 to punish the frontliner Coily, taken out. But Sa as well as Kozen, they're dealing the damage. That's the trouble. Double kill coming up from Kozen. And all it took was that dive coming up from Zia. Only one remains. That's Cold World. It might be impossible, Redmar, to defend this.
Shark will be back in 5 and Pro decide to back off. Calling that going for the Lord is the better option. Zia, you see the flicker of hope in his eyes when he dashed forward, thinking that he would be able to chain some great damage together to quickly get 2, maybe even 3. But it's burst that you're up against, and with no one to block the Granger for you, you quickly get turned into a Sky Piercer stack. From none to 4, Kozen should be able to end this game with max stacks after getting fed with all the damage from the rest of his team, they should be able to finish it here. But let's see if Alpha 7 can pull a miracle in the defense.
It's a miracle that they need. They do have the Vexana. And it has the ultimate. And use the Eternal Guardian just for the defense. Sorry, and Felix is feeling the damage coming up from the Melissa, but not for long. They push the mid. They push the top. Defense, Ren Marcia taking so much damage from the pokes.
Way too much distance, way too much range. He is doing everything he can to deal damage. Golden Hour is perfect yet again about player one. With this little bit of knockup, couldn't do much with it. As the other members of Alpha 7 were frozen by. Look at Nats. And the damage that he's taking from this Granger. Unstoppable is Kozin. The pokes, the stacks, and look at that damage from Sa. Feathered airstrike with a flicker to boot to close the distance. It's only Shark and Cold World as Pro Esports still have another round of minion waves to come through. It's going to be a long time until Shark and Cold World get back. We're just going to see how Pro Esports closes this out, Wolf.
Goes in on the front line, Saswell, force air Shark takes so much damage, but we'll try to evade, we'll try to delay this, but it is inevitable. The minions are pushing in, Sa will be taken out, but the base still falls. Alpha 7 will fall to Pro Esports. This, again, another tug of war between two good teams, but the one that lets go of the rope with the bad timing, Zia just jumping forward to the entirety of Pro Esports meant that Alpha 7 will lose the tug of war.
And you saw with the positioning too, the other members of Alpha 7 were not ready for that call from Zia. Everyone else was stayed back, Cold World and the gang. And you can see the frustration, of course, over there in the far end, best player one. We're really going to have to talk about how they're going to force a game number 3 because Alpha 7 would not want to complete their tournament run here winless at the brink of elimination when there were moments where it looked so good for the squad. He just couldn't get those strings of events to work out for them.
It was very close up to a certain point. They could have taken it. Oh man, I can't. I feel bad for Alpha 7 because I think that there was just some miscommunication that happened in between. We can see that they're really team fighting hard. You can already feel the damage output coming out from Zia. Even Sorry and Felix is feeling it. Lord Hands eventually went in favor of Pro Esports. Alpha 7 are able to still equalize, I would say. They still managed to defend after this one. They lost all of their outer turrets, but they can still team fight. We are feeling it already. This was the fight. Shark, first one to fall. They will want to go on to Coily, but Zia was just too far forward, too far away from his teammates. There is some damage from the other members of Alpha 7, but not having the Melissa in the team fights meant that they just couldn't recover afterwards.
You could see why he tried. He did chunk down Kozin a considerable amount, almost taking him down. But again, it just wasn't the right time. If the other members of Alpha 7 were much closer to respond to it, then we would be celebrating the 100% because they would have been able to trade it out. He still would have ended up falling down, but at least they get Kozin on the Granger, stopping it. But it ended up just becoming the catalyst to those long-range pokes, the bombs from this Granger and the bullets, the long-range feathered airstrike as well by Sa. They closed out the draft really well. They know that they're playing with a Marcel, despite Soriam Felix struggling in lane in terms of getting his presence felt, because Nath was always just so forward with it, trying to delay Soriam Felix. Really just, in our terms in the Philippines, we brusco him, not the player, but in terms of just he's bodying him in lane just to show him who's stronger. He would overstep, and other members of Pro Esports would come in at the right time to punish the Alice for being so aggressive.
Tough break for Alpha 7, but it was close. All they have to do now is to just make sure that they get their agency back into the game when it comes to their shot calling, when it comes to their decision making as a team, because it feels like they are not as coordinated as one would want in this specific scenario. Then again, that's game number 1. In game number 2, we also have to start with the draft. I feel like for Pro Esports, they got everything that they wanted to have. They have this Marcel with the Granger, so that there will always be that golden hour into the Granger bullets, DPS, for them to guarantee a pickoff. But they also have this mode where they have the Farsa and the Uranus to scout out where the enemies are and chunk them down enough for the Granger to finish off the kills. So that's a pretty solid foundation out there we've seen from Pro Esports in terms of their hero composition. I cannot say the same for Alpha 7 though, although their lineup makes a lot of sense. I feel like that Alice is just not a hero that you give to Nats so that they will have some control of the early stages of the game. That's something that they have to fix, I feel like.
We talked about synergy. By the end of the draft that you mentioned, there was a lot more synergy for the side of Pro, and it showed in game. Alpha 7 need to find that same level if they want to force game number 3 after this break. Champions of MPL Cambodia look to end the run of Alpha 7 North here to qualify for the playoffs in this lower bracket finals for Group D. But it is a best of 3 and there is still that chance that Alpha 7 will bounce back and force a game number 3 and take us all to the edge of our seats. Welcome back to this series, our third one for the day. Again, it's the final qualification through the lower bracket for Group D. Renmar and Wolf still your casters here. And if we could sum up real quick what happened in the previous one, starting first with Alpha 7, without saying Zia dashed into 3, how would you summarize it, Wolf?
Well, a good way to look at it is that the Granger was protected properly by the side of Pro Esports, and Alpha 7 tried their best to pierce through that protection and take out the damage dealer of Pro Esports, but they just can't. And there were 2 important damage dealers out there for Pro Esports. I'm going to be including the Farsa as well. But the way that the Pro Esports have positioned themselves around the neutral objectives, Alpha 7 just can't find the opening. And this is despite them having Nats on this Alice, which is a hero that can actually bypass the front lines and get into the back lines. Even with that, even with the Matilda, they just couldn't find the proper opening to make it a little bit difficult for Kozen to hit them down in the neutral objective team fights.
I guess we also have to look at it through the lens of Pro Esports that look at how Alpha 7 play all you want. Sometimes you look worse when you're playing up against a team that's just really good and that's just doing everything possible. Sometimes when we want to look and what needs to be improved, we tend to overlook the other team. But I don't think we overlook the other team, honestly. We've been doing really great so far today. We've been tremendous with our jobs. But Pro Esports, definitely tremendous with their jobs in game number 1. What were some of their key highlights and key strengths that they showed off?
Well, I guess the fact that they're not too stingy with the feathered airstrike is what I feel like is good, because the idea that I saw how they play the Farsa is to really just for poke. The feathered airstrike is not your team fight winning ultimate. It's more of information, more of zoning, more of disrupting your opponents and forcing them to react to what you're doing. It's what I feel like. So maybe that's another key factor in there. Now, of course, we still have to commend the golden hours during the neutral objectives. It seems like Pro Esports have focused utilizing a big ultimate just to get the retribution up in the first few turtles, and that was enough for Coily to be comfortable as the game goes by. And this is what I asked for yesterday. First picked Melissa, and we're seeing it right now.
Finally, you get your wish. And I think people are going to start realizing just how much of an important trade tool and priority this Melissa is. How will Pro Esports respond? There are a lot of poke heroes still. They can continue still building around the Farsa and the Melissa. But let's see. Sorry, not Melissa, the Granger, excuse me. But even if you decide to go ahead and get that really early on or try to prioritize that, Alpha 7 can quickly answer. So we get to see what has been a pretty stable answer to this. Barrett's is great. The claw dive is going to be important, but you got to make sure that they have some long-range bombs to pair up with it.
Yeah. So that being said, they might just take the Uranus now. I think they're required to pick it up, Alpha 7. And with that, a Belleric and a Uranus and /Or. So they prioritize the Guinevere and the Selena. I don't like the Selena when there's a Barrett's already in the opposing team. But the Guinevere makes a lot of sense for the knockup against Kozen on the Claude for sure. But the Selena though, I wonder why they picked this up. Maybe Colward is just feeling it.
Well, they're going up against the Barretts. Well, you know what? Why not? Why not, right? Maybe they'll end up packing it up with a Cho and we get the Selena Cho Guinevere combination again, right? And then they can just string it together. We saw the concept of it somewhat work earlier for Bushido Wildcats.
Yeah. Now, Pro Esports, if they pick up the Belleric, then it will be really bad for Alpha 7. Or maybe just ban it. Maybe just get your Coily hero, which is now going to be the Nolan instead of the Harley. Nolan has a way to actually be a problem for the Melissa, and the idea there is to just wait for your proper timings. And then the Arlot ban, I think the second phase is just more of limiting the possible heroes for Nats. However, I believe that the Belleric is gonna be good for Alpha 7, so maybe Pro Esports are thinking to take that Belleric at Red 4.
Could be good, unless they decide to ban it out. With all of this dive, yeah, Belleric would be great. If Alpha 7 overlook that, it could be a massive loss for them in the draft. But if ever Pro Esports willingly give up the Belleric, they can still go ahead and pick up a Valentina in 4.
Yeah.
Then with all the dive, but you got nothing to steal. Alpha 7 will then pick up a different hero. Belleric is so good for Pro right now.
Yeah. Or Valentina, as you mentioned. It could also be an option. They can put options here. So they pick up the Farsa first. I think they might have a different idea here. This doesn't look like a Belleric kind of choice now. Or Alpha 7 just goes for the catch with the Selena, okay? So no Cho plus the Selena combo. This is strange pick, if I may say so myself. It doesn't really pressure the Nolan at all, but then again, Alpha 7 still has that option. Is this a Yu Zhong from Nats or a Lapu Lapu? I feel like a Lapu Lapu will be better, so that they will have more damage.
Would be a great pickup. Oh, but they decided to go for stability and get the Rizzo, so they're really putting all of it in the Zia basket, on this Melissa basket. It's like they're telling him, hey man, we're gonna give you another shot. Time for you to pop off because this entire composition is built for you.
I don't know, makes me think, what is apart from the Belleric, what is a good blade armor carrier here so that they can counter this Melissa eventually? Or maybe a dive, maybe even a Khalid, for Pro Esports, so that they can get into the back lines. But I feel like I gotta say, a glue. But there is already the Melissa. Okay, this is an interesting pick, but it does answer a lot. So number one, it's okay against the Selena because it can go for the split and you can tank some damage, even step on traps, even actually soaking the arrow if you needed be. It has a lot of utility actually here for Pro Esports.
Honestly, better than the alternative I was thinking of, which was the high loss. I like this glue. It's a little bit better, a little bit more proactive. You're not just a hot man horse, stabbing people and bringing down a red carpet. I can't believe those words came out of my mouth.
I was just ready for that.
That is what you call it. A centaur is a man horse, and our community has commonly accepted the fact that high loss is quite hot. That's not a personal preference. That's not me saying that. I'm just digging my grave here. We'll say something.
Yes, you are actually digging your own grave. And one smart thing that I want to say about this is the fact that there is, now that I find out there's a really good synergy here for the composition of Alpha 7 around this Kacha and the Turizda. And also, the Turizda can be utilized to kind of soak some damage from the Claude. There's also the additional knock-up, so you can combo it with the Guinevere that they already have. Do not be confused about the icons that you're seeing from the left and the right side of your screen. They're flipped, all right? So it's Alpha 7 on the blue side with the Guinevere, with the Turizda, and on the other side, that's Nolan being piloted by Coily.
Pro being steady with it, but they're upping up the tempo in this EXP lane, trying to increase the chances that Naths won't be active for Turtle number 1. But a lot of bodies as well for Alpha 7 here. They decide to go in. They are really greedy trying to go after this Barras, but at least they forced out the flicker from both the Barras, but Cold had to use the flicker just to get close. Revenge strike by this Thursday is not going to be able to take the Barras down. He'll be able to get back in time for Turtle 1, but let's see if he'll be able to hit level 4 in time for it.
So wants to force Zia out there, but so much damage actually at this stage of the game. We don't appreciate that as in the laning stage. And Coily is level 4, so is best player 1. You're gonna be wary of where the junglers are gonna be moving. Taunted PPP has to get out of there. Has the skill to us a split just to get out for sure. And just like that, Alpha 7 have focused on their turtle, but they will lose their purple in the process. Good trade for Pro Esports, unless of course somebody dies, which is going to be the glue. Not the best solution. They want to go for the invade. This could be good.
Yeah, PP really did not need to do that. I mean, the information was there unless he was just trying to bait out all of these skills, but they still have a lot. Nats straight into the back. Finds the Farsa. The entry with the AOG. Alpha 7 doing what they can to get even more. With the purple buff at the end of the day, will end up in the hands of best player 1, as Coily did get the purple buff off BP1 earlier.
Oh, finally Alpha 7 again woke up, utilizing that so aggressively. Not even having to use the flicker means that it's really good for Alpha 7. And Coily traded for the purple buff, but ended up giving so much resources to Alpha 7 because Alpha 7 decided to blitz the turtle take out PPP, get to the purple afterwards, and then just win the trade overall. Good start for Alpha 7, ahead of 1,000 gold at 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
This bodes well, very well for them, excuse me. When you want to get with this kind of lineup is BP want to get kills, get his items quicker so that it makes the process and eventual power spike of the Melissa so much smoother that it's going to be seamless. It doesn't feel like there was a transition from early to mid game. It just happens in a snap. And they pretty much take that condition as long as Sia does not get an unnecessary death. You can lose any other member of Alpha 7, but you cannot lose his Melissa if you want the power spike to hit at the perfect juicy time for it. Pro, on the other hand, they do have burst. They can use that burst to try and get someone. The problem is the response of Alpha 7 potentially in those river skirmishes with all of that crowd control could even be fatal in that attempt for Bro Esports to get a 1 pickoff.
Yeah. It seems like the MO now for Pro Esports is just to stabilize once again. Just calm down. Eventually, they will get to the point where they can now take out the members of Alpha 7, but at a specific moment, it's not advised for Pro Esports to actually engage. Alpha 7 feels that way. They want to be the ones to decide whether or not they will team fight. And they are putting 4 members up here up top. There is the flicker after the Daytonas. Welcome in the Great One. Best player down, bites the deck. Shark onto the backlines. Will have the AOG to get out of there. Sorry, I'm Felix. The Bats player is actually so good. Again, go away. It's going to keep Melissa safe for now. Zia gets out of there. Kozin has to pop the BMI to just get out of there. And it's going to be enough for Pro Esports to actually take out some members of Alpha 7 up top and give Kozin some farm.
Perfect initiation there from the Barretts. It's all these Barretts players. Great with it, clean with it. Saad didn't have the feathered airstrike when Kozin decided to go in with a blazing duet, as he did utilize it for that pickoff. I mean, better than nothing, they did get 1, and it was the jungler too. But it's this Melissa, it's this prized gold laner for Alpha 7 that they built their composition around that still stayed alive. They've switched up the lanes. Nath decides to go up top to hold that. They don't want a split happening, and they don't want to lose control there as the turtle is spawning in the opposite side. Kozin very comfortable with the farming.
Good tech coming up from Alpha 7 to put Nats in front of Kozin instead of the Melissa. That means that they can easily stabilize that lane. turtle is going to be up in 27 seconds, and I feel like Alpha 7 really wants to dip their toes into this neutral objective. Sa again just committing the Predator Strike just to defend the bottom lane turret, and was successful in doing so. A little bit of a split push there coming up from Coily, and they're going to be collapsing into the third turtle of the game. Let's see if Pro Esports can actually take this. They're the very first ones to get into position, and Kozen is going to be one leading the charge.
Coily is still at the Lizard. Best player one already shows himself. A lot of information for Pro Esports to work with. Sign Cold World hovering around the bush. Kozen, Coily, sorry, I'm Phoenix PP here. That's the engage. Perfectly timed for Pro to set up an entry from Coily to retreat away. Here comes the blazing duet straight out the Zia, and the Ballista gets pushed out. No other way to put it other than that was clean, pristine, and hella freaking mean by Pro Esports with how they started that off.
And it all started by Sorry I'm Felix with that flicker play to Daytona's welcome. Actually, 10 of the members of Alpha 7, Coily securing the turtle, and the ultimate coming out from Kozen. I think the idea is to just force out the go away coming out from the ultimate of the. Didn't matter if Kozen will be able to kill that Melissa or not, as long as the ultimate of the Melissa is down. It seems like Zia will not be confident into putting himself in front of Pro Esports now. So it's like not having the ultimate is almost guaranteed that Zia will fall and will die.
Yeah.
And that's already a -1 in favor of Pro Esports.
By the way, I think this is accurate. This is a Skypiercer Claude. By Kozen.
Skypiercer Claude.
Yeah, usually we see the Trinity into it, but we rarely see a Skypiercer Claw. We see Skypiercer Creature, of course. That's a necessity. That's a hell of a take, Kozen. He went DHS, Skypiercer second, and I believe he's going for the Golden Staff second. Let's see. Once we see that Skypiercer stack symbol, because the item was there, it was locked into him. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be an engagement. The perfect fight direct. We have Pro Esports are losing bodies. The turnaround by Alpha 7. But sorry, I'm Felix. Held on for too long. Goes in. Is he going to be able to get the stacks if it is a Skypiercer? Let's confirm it. No member of Pro other than Felix goes down. Shark is the trade. It's Rome for EXP.
Wow. Alpha 7 still finding a lot. Well, this is the benefit of having a lot of sources of stunts in the combo for the turtles, as well as the Kacha with the Guinevere as well. There's a lot of knockups that they can do. But now the Lord fight commences. But get in. Federer already pop, already cancelled. Terista misses the mark. Nats now gonna be in trouble. Nats taken out. In comes Sorry and Felix, the purify from Zia, so that the Dictator's welcome will not be there. The crazy doing coming up from Kozen is not gonna be enough. Felix goes down. PPP will be next. He gets the Lord and actually dodges best player. And this is gonna be a dance between the junglers. Shark wants to dip into the fight. The taunt is perfect. Coily still gets away, but eventually falls from the damage output of Cold World on this Selena. Lord, it's gonna be in favor of Pro Esports, but it's a 1-for-3 trade-off.
Coily still winning the retribution battles, and based on the indicators, it actually is a Skypiercer Claude for Kozen. He only got one stack out of there, but let's see if it will get to that point, because now actually it makes sense in a way where, because of the lineup of Alpha 7 is very tanky, they might have that constant feeling of, oh, we just need a little bit more. This is a huge risk. We're getting pulled out by Kozen, but it might just be crazy enough to work. They march in with the Lord up top. Alpha 7 has so much tankiness and sustainability that Zia has all the room in the world. He's 2-0-2 right now.
You're not gonna like this if you are Pro Esports. If you're Alpha 7, I mean. But then again, I still don't like it. I still don't like the Skype.
It's greedy. It's greedy.
Oh, goes in.
Yeah, the golden staff. Is he still gonna go Trinity with that? Is that a different approach?
I think he went Trinity already. Like so he went two components of the Trinity, then Skypiercer, then went back to complete the Trinity.
With the corrosion scythe as the last
Oh
away.
my goodness.
What a take.
I mean, he is going back. He has not completed it yet, though. So
not
that's
yet.
like the attack speed, the bow. I don't like. All right, so he completes it. That's the Trinity with the Sky Piercer. Goes in the front lines. Gets out of there.
And it worked out. And look, the bird damage. Eventually, it's the passive. The bird went all the way to Cold World. Even though he flickered out, it was already locked in. It was a second activation of it. Here comes the conceal. I'm pretty sure even Cold World and the rest of Alpha 7 were shocked about that. They're charging up the Detonus Welcome, but don't commit it. And I think you're starting to see maybe Alpha 7 realize that there is a Sky Piercer on this Claude, that they're taking every engagement with so much care. Oh my goodness, it is Trinity with a Sky Piercer. I can't believe it.
Oh my god. Kids, don't try this at home. But an important item pick up for Coily. Actually went for the Blade of Despair very early to this fight. What is happening now in the world of pro esports? But of course, what this achieves is a lot of damage as they went in for the Gotf catch. Do they have enough burst? But on the Terista, onto the backlines, catches 3. Shark still falls though and goes in now, jumping down Nats. Sky Piercer, it's gonna be a stack for Kozen. And now they go for more. Soria Felix will be taken out as they now ride into that Melissa. Zia falls down. 3 down on the side of Alpha 7, and now the Lord or the push in the middle. The world is the ocean for pro esports. They can decide where they want to go. Redmar,
Are they going to go through top? Are they going to go through mid? I'm pretty sure they want this tower here. They've sent the Nolan and the Farsight to go back and handle with the Lord. They're going to call back the Claude and the Glue. They're going to stop the attack. The Pro Esports are going to be looking to end it with this Lord push as they've taken down 2 towers in the base of Alpha 7. That was a good counter set by Alpha. A terrific penalty zone by Nas. But the targeting and the man marking of Pro Esports was just a little bit better.
PPP flexing as the Glue. Patrick Starskin, Lord marching in the middle. Coily is gonna come up from top. Going for a pick-off perhaps, or a wraparound, a pincer maneuver. Pro Esports will have all of the lanes pushing together against Alpha 7 in the conceal play.
This could be endable for them. A huge counter set from the Turizla yet again would be able to turn things around for Alpha 7. No more base turrets. The massive damage from the feathered airstrike. Too much to handle, but they do have the sustainability, the knockback from the so-called missiles, whatever the hell you want to call it. But then Zio gets taken out and bursted. The taunt from Shark. He's trying to buy time, but he gets turned into a stack play. Zang duet. Double kill for Kozen and Coily. And I'm pretty sure they got to wrap it up with a kill as well. Pro Esports sweep Alpha 7 North.
And that's the end for Alpha 7 North. It started really well for them once again, but Pro Esports, all they had to do was to group up, wait for their right timing. I think the overall MVP that I would say is Sa. I think the way that he's using the Farsa is so commendable. And in the end, they were able to ride out into the sun because of the DPS that we saw from the Farsa. This team, unfortunately, Alpha 7, it's the end for them. Pro Esports will be moving on to the playoffs as they did in the last tournament that they went to. Of course, eliminating Alpha 7 in the process.
Welcome to the playoffs, Pro Esports. Of course, commending side is in the name. Just added an extra A in the end for Farsa, you know? It's there. Right there.
It's there.
And it was a great pickup. It's exactly what they needed. He was there for his team when they needed him. The burst, the timing of the feathered airstrike, honestly on point. That pickoff onto Cold World coming out of nowhere in mid, I feel like was one of the dagger moments where you saw just how shocked Alpha 7 were from that. The passive, very That's Verri. That's the bird Farsa's with. If I remember the lore correctly, that's actually her husband, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Please don't quote me on that. But yeah.
In bird form is what
In
you're
bird
saying.
form. It's like... Well, that's why Farsa has no eyes. Because she sees through the bird, which is actually the spirit of her husband. Like, they were cursed.
I see. That is a dark story.
It is.
But look at how Sa was actually dodging Nats's ultimate. So
Yeah.
important for pro esports, and then goes in doing the damage. Sorry, Felix will eventually fall in this, but Coily gets the neutral objective, gets the Lord, which is the most important part of that trade. And look at this ultimate coming out from Nats. However, Zia wasn't able to just supplement the damage, because I think the idea is you pick up the glue so that the Melissa will always be threatened. And even after the win of nature, even after the go away, they just won't have enough to protect Zia in this team fight. And on that push, we can see Sa again popping the ultimate, forcing out the members of Alpha 7, forcing them to scramble. And it was more than enough of a disruption that the entirety of Pro Esports will now win the team fight afterwards.
Yeah, once that Melissa went down, it's pretty much doom and gloom already for Alpha 7 North. They needed that Melissa to stay alive as long as possible. Again, this lineup was built for it, and without it, it would be too difficult. Meanwhile, for Pro Esports, they had a lot of options. 3 of them specifically. You had this Nolan, the Cloud with the Skypiercer, and this Farsa, which was, again, a terrific game by Sa. But sorry, I'm Felix and PP. 100% they were so linked up with their initiations, with this Barrett, the glue. Of course, doing that great thing that you can do with the glue where you flicker forward, get that slam, trigger that little goo on the floor. It was just so good by the frontliners of Pro.
And in that last clash, PP was the problem for Melissa. But in the tail end of the fight, before they were able to push, I saw Sa actually land a nasty 2-man stun with the Curse of the Crow and the MVP for 0-8, Kozen from Pro Esports as the Claude, first pick Claude, in fact, and with, yes, the Skypiercer. You are not getting fooled by the graphics that you're looking at right now. This is absolutely a Skypiercer in the Claude, and don't try this at home is what I would say.
He decided to go for the 5% discount on the shop. He went DHS, build components for Golden Staff, but completed the Skypiercer. And then after he got his first stack of the Skypiercer and they got a little bit more gold, was the perfect power spike for the Golden Staff. And then once he got even more, he got the Corrosion Scythe pretty freaking quickly also. So maybe Kozen, let him cook. He might have just discovered something. But I feel like it's a case-to-case scenario. This cannot be the automatic play for sure for Claude.
Oh yeah, because you saw how it has to it kind of stops the Claude from naturally getting into the critical mass of the Trinity. But I feel like they had enough of a leeway for that. It's case-to-case basis. You're right on that. In this game, it was successful because they were looking for that kind of elimination, and it feels like they cannot have that on the Nolan because the Nolan has other things to think about. He has to have an actual item that can slow down his opponents, like with Teresa comes in. There must be some way to pierce through that, and he picked up the Blade of Despair for that specific scenario.
Yeah. Now, that's going to be it for this matchup. We're down to our last match of the day here in Group D. In around 30 to 35 minutes, we're going to witness the upper bracket final between ONIC and GK. They are both already playoffs qualified. But which of these two teams are going to go right ahead into the quarterfinals and the other one going to the round of 16, meaning that they have to take an extra step? We'll see when we get back.
эфир әр қадамы жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
future. Games of the future. Games of the future.
These two teams are about to compete. ONIC from Indonesia and of course GK Esports both already have their playoff slots secured for games of the future. But what they're fighting for here today is whether or not they can skip the round of 16 first round and go ahead straight into the second round. Renmar and Wolf, we've been here the whole time and we'll be here to close out this series again between these two who did get sweep wins in their previous matches, but if you ask us which of these two teams looked more dominating and impressive, it was definitely ONIC.
Not gonna take anything away from DK Sports. When we saw them get the 2-0, there were standout performances and there were really good plays, but ONIC, you're right, they were just so dominant and everybody's playing so well. We're gonna start with Keyboy and Sons. Was actually there was a lot of criticisms for Keyboy Lippy as well as Sons in their embassy performance, but yesterday when we saw them, they were actually playing so well that the trio is looking good. But then of course, Kelra playing the aggressive gold laners. You have Kyrie, ever so reliable assassins, and of course Coach Yeb, for some reason is sitting down. Hopefully not the one to actually play. This
Remind me. I know Yeb played, right? What position was he?
So back then, it was mid lane, but you know when during that time the mid laners were the
Carries, right?
carries. Yes,
Yeah.
I think he technically is the technically is the jungler. I feel like, or maybe just a mid lane mage. You know.
Well, let's see. I don't think it's going to be Coach Jeb playing today. I'm pretty sure he was just sitting in the seat, knowing that Sans probably just went off to the bathroom or something, or is getting ready. But here for GK, it's Aizen, Quanok, Shen, Isido, and Yaga. And yes, if you missed it yesterday, me and Wolf were losing our minds over Quanok and his Eudora. Definitely something that ONIC need to watch out for, because the man was sharp with it. He was flickering forward and getting all the right targets all the time.
That's right. And not. I think that you have to really watch that series for you to appreciate how GK was, how they perform basically. Because I feel like they are really coordinated. It's fun to watch. All things considered, it's fun to watch GK Esports because of how coordinated they were up against their opponents, and that actually is a treat because we have not seen as much from GK. But then again, you remember, this was the team that actually became champions in the region, and there were a lot of improvements for this team, and it's the reason why they managed to get into international tournaments, including this one.
And y'all, don't worry, we haven't started the game yet. You're just seeing the players, of course, testing things out, making sure everything's smooth before we head into the draft. Remember to recap here in Group D, and actually pretty much on our stream, we've seen a majority of sweeps, specifically ONIC got the sweep Pro Esports, very dominant with it. Get to call back to it. Double Paquito games for Kelra. Double Loopy Barrett's games. You know, for GK, had a lot more variety. Played a completely different set of heroes in each game. I think now for GK, they have to try and double down and looking at what ONIC do really well, which is that huge early game tempo. Definitely start from taking away the Barretts away from Loopy. He's way too good with it.
Yeah. I guess the trade-offs will be like the Eudora that we saw from Quanok, and how comfortable he is with that. You know, after the Barretts, you have to be very prepared about the upcoming assassins afterwards, as well as the Paquito, because if you do take away the Barretts by banning it, it means that there will be a lot of options in the EXP as well as the jungler role to be available, because you eliminate one of their threats, right? So Paquito, which Kelra really likes to play, you have to think about. And then the Hirara will always be a consideration for ONIC Indonesia, as Carrie plays it so much. So there will be trade-offs. That's really what is scary about these Barretts, and especially Barrett specialists like Loopy as well as Shogun. They make it so that the draft will drastically change if you deny it, if you ban it, if you pick it, and you really have to be wary of the adverse effects of banning out the Barretts when it comes to the overall shape of the draft.
So first off, we start with that. And don't lean in too hard into it, or you might just end up slipping and losing a really good pick, or losing the draft big time if you look too closely into the Barretts. Now, I took a moment to look at the playoffs brackets. With how it looks like right now, Foot Esports we mentioned are most likely going to be going up against Team Spirit in the round of 16. Yanfeng Yagai will go up against Team Vamos. And here's the juicy part. Number 2 of Group D. If ever, somehow, ONIC end up losing the series to GK, they will be going up against number 3 of Group C, which is none other than Aurora Gaming. So, gotta watch out for that. We might end up seeing the rematch right away.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. But as it looks looks like right now, if we are gonna follow, of course, the expected result of many, which is ONIC are gonna be taking number one in this group. Their most likely opponents is gonna be either Team Vamos or Jianfeng Yao Guai. It's gonna be a while actually until we see some heavyweight rematches across the board. Most likely not until the semifinals.
That's right. And if I remember correctly, this is it will be a is it a double elimination bracket in the playoffs?
No, it's all single elims, but there's a third place match, and the grand finals is only best of 5. Semifinals is best of 3.
That's right. That's right. So it will be quick eliminations if in case. Now I'm trying to recall what happened in the first the first time we saw the games of the future. Aurora Gaming PH and Aurora Gaming Turkey almost met at the grand finals, but Aurora Gaming PH got taken out by ONIC Indonesia, and then I believe it was Team Spirit that Aurora Gaming Turkey faced. So anyways, what I'm trying to say here is that there will be a lot of good reunions. Like it could be ONIC versus Team Spirit eventually, or ONIC versus Aurora, which will be the third time that we'll see Aurora Gaming go up against ONIC Indonesia in later. Fourth time, in fact, if you count MCS twice. So that would be interesting. And then Team Spirit, the champions, obviously you want to if you're ONIC Indonesia, you want to get back at the eventual champions of the embassy after getting 3-0'd by them just a few days ago. So a lot of good and upcoming fights that we are about to see.
So it's going to be really interesting to see the final look at the bracket. On the other stream, we're already waiting for them to start as well for their last series of the day. Selangor Red Giants and Ruin Eaters in Group C is closing out the Group A to C stream, where, of course, our friends Gideon and Lafell are at. And if you're just joining us now, as we've been mentioning, ONIC and GK will be closing out the Group BD stream for today. When we look back at the heroes, we talked about the Barretts, of course, having a huge impact. I feel like GK is in a really tough spot of whether or not, how are they, or let's look at it from one thing first. Are they going to try to force Kelra into the fighters, or are they going to try to force them into marksman? Because it seems like wherever route you go, it's going to be really difficult to deal with Kelra in the gold lane, whether it's Paquito Freya or any of the other long string of marksman options that he has available for him.
I think if you're GK, you're better off forcing Kelra into marksman. Right now, Kelra has found a new kind of playstyle, playing the fighter gold laners, and he can be very aggressive with it. And if they keep on doing that, it will be good for their team. Look at this though, Renmar. Barrett's banned by ONIC themselves.
Wow, that's a hell of a signal here for ONIC. I think it's one of the things that teams like to do is like they know that the team is looking at a certain pick, and then they just go, hey, what? Let me ban it for you. Because that way you get to force out some things. And most likely GK were already eyeing out picking up the Barrett somehow one way or another. So you just get rid of that threat across the board.
Yeah. Okay, so this really opens up so much for the two teams, because we're seeing different banning patterns. The Marcel is open, so is the Hirara. But that also means that the Better Rig now increases its priority between the two teams that we have, and also the Valentina. There is a smart play. Okay, so the Better Rig being banned out, so you are thinking either Marcel or Hirara, right, for GK Esports. There is an argument that can be made for the Valentina, but instead it's going to be the Marcel. So are you going Valen Hirara if you're ONIC?
Well, ONIC has already shown that even up against the Marcel or other teams, you can still willingly play the Vexana. It's still gonna be fine. I mean, there's that funny interaction wherein you see the Eternal Guard come down, but the damage, that whole knockup thing, won't register up until the golden hour goes down. It's just this sudden surprise burst, so they don't even need to rush into it. They pick up the Valentina and the Herrera, that if ever GK want to block this Valentina away from ONIC, it might actually end up hurting them in the long run.
For sure. You're not gonna pick that for sure. You're gonna consider either Nolan or Harley or even Guinevere.
Yes.
Immediate pick up on the Esmeralda. That's the decision now for UK Esports. Let's run it back. Let's play the EXP lane like we used to, like proper Mobile Legends players from before. Esmeralda versus Uranus. Eternal battle. Why not? They will go for the Eudora instead. Of course, that's the Quantum Special. ONIC, how are they going to answer this? They do have an option to pick up the Valentina, but I feel like they will just go for the Marcel. I feel like, apart from that, there is some merit to pick up the Valentina here for ONIC if they wish so.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It works a little bit better with and for their lineup instead of GK picking it up for themselves. So it's good to see that they didn't fall into the trap of picking it up. But remember, the Vexana is still an option. Even if you're not thinking about using it with countering something like glue, you don't have to worry about it popping up. But here it is. Something that we saw with another team prioritizing Eudora and then losing on reach. They go ahead and pick up the Melissa.
Have I not seen this before? Of course I did. It will be the Hirara plus the Melissa and then the Uranus in there. Eventually, there will be another tanky hero that Keyboy will pick up without this Belleric. You are incentivized to go for maybe a Minotaur or maybe
Glue?
A glue? Well, probably. Is it? I think you will want to take away the glue from GK Esports because that could be an option for them, or maybe not anymore because they already have the Esmeralda as well as the Marcel.
Yeah.
You probably won't ban it. You take it for yourself, and call me crazy, but I think ONIC wants to last pick the Rafaela.
Ooh.
I think.
Just do it for the lulz. I mean, might as well give it a try, see how it goes. Melissa, Rafa, Melissa, Yura. And I can't remember. We don't see the map. We don't know actually what it is, whether or not we're going to clouds or whatnot. But safe to assume that if ever there is a Rafaela getting picked up for ONIC, then we are in clouds.
Yep. Good combination. Rafaela and Fine Clouds. I'm thinking about what are the options here for Keyboy? Do they even think about they probably want Matilda, right? Okay, so they go for the Jushin. Alright, pretty standard ONIC stuff. And GK immediately answers with the Nolan, one of the remaining options. Click banned out, which means what? You're gonna Brody perhaps or Granger.
Yeah.
GK Esports.
I think I prefer the Granger a little bit more, even though you're up against a wall in the Uranus. You could still find a way to weave it through and make it work. Boy, what's it going to be? We put some possibilities in the Minotaur and what's the other one that we mentioned?
The glue.
The glue, yeah. So what's it going to be, ONIC? I mean, your suggestion also is... Oh, wait, no. We aren't going to see the Rafa anymore.
No, we can't. What else is a good system? Matilda mayhaps, but actually, the Matilda can work. Despite there being Esmeralda the opposite end, Matilda for Keyboy. Okay.
Ooh. Oh,
this is up against the Marcel.
Yeah.
Could be a
I think the last time we saw this, it didn't work, was it? Like it was still difficult for Tigreal to actually work around with the presence of Marcel?
Yeah. Theoretically speaking, it's so difficult. But in practice, maybe the idea will be to wait for the golden hour to pop before you
Yeah.
pop your ult. So it's going to be like a dance battle between two teams where, okay, they're going to be waiting for whoever pops the ultimate first. And that guy will lose the team fight. Can't say that I am confident with it. However, the first 4 picks that we saw from the side of ONIC Indonesia, it's pretty standard. It's pretty ONIC coded. And it can easily work, I feel like. So we'll see. Both teams having drafted their own. I'm still confident that Aquanok Eudora can bring a lot of mileage for GK Esports.
Xavier's gonna make some magic similar to what we saw in his previous series against Alpha 7 North. Final series of the day, game number 1. Both are qualified for the playoffs already, but you're looking at better placements. Burst straight into the mid. Sans and Keyboy getting sent back just a little bit with all this great damage and combo, of course, coming out from the Eudora. Fight for the first Little Wander, both heavily contesting it. Looks like it went to the side of GK, while ONIC will minimize their losses.
Yeah, 4 heroes for GK Esports. I like that decision. Fast clear your lane, get to there as Aizen. Now they will dip back into the fight, actually poking Tigreal down, forcing that flicker out. Great heads up play coming up from GK Esports, but they did have to commit Quanok's flicker for that one. I feel like when it comes to value, of course, you would prefer to have your flicker on your Tigreal. The first team fight that will happen around the first turtle.
Gets the tough boots, the EXP lane and the roam. There is a lot of crowd control to watch. Kelra, wow, he is just facing Yaga up front, and he's sidestepping him face up, and Yaga can't hit.
Look at that. He is faster in the wave. The models is a problem for Yaga, the Granger up top. And yeah, Kelra, I've seen him play the Melissa before and it's masterful with it. Now ONIC are going to be the first one to dip their toes into the turtle, zoning out Shen. Nolan is so far away. ONIC identifies that. They blitz the turtle. And all of a sudden, ONIC just clipped the wings of GK Esports.
Shen decides to pull back the golem, so that it sets up for Bomba a little bit better. I mean. And Kyrie is forced to go back. Cannot heavily contest it unless Keyboy, Lutpi, and Sans get the info that they could get something really good. Lutpi will continue his annoyance of the Nolan. Meanwhile, the mid, Shen and Quanok. Stopped by Sans and Keyboy. Quanok having a hard time hitting level 4 as Sans is already just about to hit level 5. Here comes Kelra. They go for a mid play. See if they can find an opening there, but that's just a double lane coming in from the gold standard. They clear it up. Lutpi in the back. And this Uranus is just going to keep being that kind of presence. Chino can't get to his orange buff.
Yeah. ONIC invasion is too difficult to deal with now because of how fast they were moving. It seems like GK Esports are just unprepared for this kind of relentless movements from ONIC Indonesia. They're even including Sans in their Keyboy. Dashing him forward does not land. Because the golden hour catching 2. Kyrie gets out. You can do that?
Did he iframe it?
He timed it perfectly though. He timed the iframe so that he will not get hit by the golden hour. As soon as he gets out of the iframe, he dashes out.
Dashes out of the golden hour.
Wow.
That makes sense. That's a learning. That's something new. Thanks for teaching us something new, Kyrie. All right, no wonder all these Hiraras are very confident with picking this up into the Marcel. You can't just avoid it, and add that to the long list of reasons as to why Hirara is busted. Want to continue the assault. Here comes Shen. No more than an hour for him just yet. Aizen trying to hold, but very systematically ONIC have just reduced the amount of farm that they could get in the jungle. I'm talking about GK Esports. Keyboy goes in with the implosion. The Sacred Hammer plus the implosion lands. Yaga caught in no man's land, and he's going to get taken out. Looks like he flickered the wrong way. GK trying to find a win elsewhere besides getting Keyboy down. Lutpi is protecting Kelra, and that's a win for GK. Oh, excuse me, ONIC.
especially because of the gold rainer. They want to position for the turtle. That is the golden hour, desperately used by Shen, and a wasted ultimate. In fact, folks coming out from the Nolan. Sans has to back out for now, but Kyrie is controlling the turtle, so is Keyboy. Lutpi already looking for Zeno, finds him. Shen might be in trouble because of this. No, gets out Lutpi. Pretty safe as the Uranus. No threat from GK Esports. And ONIC Indonesia are going to be happy with trading Keyboy, eventually taking the turtle, and now getting back into farming.
This Uranus for ONIC and Lutpi has been so good. Revisiting and reconfirming it, but yes, if I recall correctly, it was an undefeated for the entire run of MSC. I believe the final standing of Lutpi and the Uranus was 8-0 or 9-0. That's how good he was with this hero.
That's right. Now, Quanok. Oh, flicker to the right. Avoids the target of ONIC. In comes Shen. Golden hour. Catches two. Now Kyrie in trouble. Another iframe to dodge the thunder coming out from this Eudora. Gets out. Keyboy. Slipper of HE also getting out of there. Explosions coming out from GK. ONIC survives, and Lutpi happy to soak all the damage in the world for his teammates to also get out of there. And for some reason, he's also able to protect the purple buff. GK Esports and ONIC, big tussle in the middle, but no one dies.
Great defense from ONIC on all ends. After that golden hour, I was waiting to see where Yaga would be able to drop the damage. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Keyboy found a big flicker implosion. It looks like Quanok's going to get taken out here, but Kyrie's holding on. He becomes a trade. It's the mid laner for the jungler, and it doesn't look good for ONIC. They've lost Kyrie. GK have countered Keyboy's set really well. As I was saying earlier, Yaga actually had his skills body blocked by Keyboy after the golden hour was dropped down by Shen. Topside now, GK trying to look for another win. Keyboy spots out Yaga and Shen, they back off.
A massive win taking out Kyrie. And are they able to push middle? It seems like there will be a defense. Esmeralda wants to go and take that. They will be able to push. Now up top, golden hour. Keyboy is low. But they will also be able to push because of this. GK Esports are playing so well. They even get the turtle on top of it all. 3 massive wins for GK Esports. Objectives that they were able to take, and now they are leading when it comes to the goal. Who would have thunk GK Esports can do this to ONIC, especially with ONIC securing all these heroes that they have. Oh my goodness.
All right, GK, we see you. We see you now. Great little movements, great calls. It's still very even, very, very close. But don't be so surprised if by the end of this game, it's GK that we're hyping up. That's going to be a sudden burst yet again. Here comes Quanok with his signature Eudora. Lutpi took a lot of damage. But of course, it is a Uranus. GK are not going to be able to take it down.
Nolan now able to slowly get the push again into the bottom lane. ONIC seems like they've lost when it comes to their map movements. And GK just collects a lot of gold around the map. Maybe the trade-off is that Kyrie is pushing up top, but another pressure point coming up from GK Esports. Top the golden hour onto Keyboy. Keyboy has to back out. Aizen is going to be controlling. He has to be careful, has to purify, gets out of there. Keyboy actually being exploded by Quanok. Didn't even look at the explosion out there. He just went out, flickered, and took out Keyboy. Quanok, the specialist.
He's still good with this Eudora. At this point, I think ONIC really need to have an honest conversation about taking it away from him. He continues. It's up against some really tanky heroes too. ONIC still, again, very close in the goal. They still have their win condition in the Melissa. Keller's been able to get farm. But with all of this reach and the surprise burst coming out, we talked about the difficulty of the Tigreal into the Marcel. I think the reason why we're seeing a lot more proactive movements where GK and ONIC look kind of lost is that Tigreal is just definitely slower in the first step compared to the Marcel. Marcel gets around so much quicker, and you have to be very deliberate with it. Speaking about Shen, Golden Hour forces out the Crimson Beacon. They get the burst down Lutfi on this Uranus, but aren't able to take him down. Meanwhile, back behind the Lord Pit, it seems like a member of GK was left. That's Aizen on the Esmeralda. Kiboy can't do much against him. It's advantage for GK heading into this Lord.
Look at this. The Nolan looking for an angle, looking for the opening. They found each other up top. And it seems like they're having a little bit of a duel out there. But Kyrie will be able to clear the lane up. Both of them, in fact. There's a duel. It's still ongoing. They're still going at it. The Nolan is slow. But in comes Shen to help him out. Keyboy as well. Roamers and junglers up top. A 2v2. And that was the most intense minimap casting I've ever did.
Here comes GK. Seeing if they can convert it. There are already 5 members of ONIC around here. They left the Nolan up top to clear. They're trying to force a reaction out. Quanok again in a spot to see if he can get a pick off. They know the timers really well. I believe that GK have made the call that they know that the purple buff of Kyrie is about to spawn and that there is a minion wave up top. Here comes Shen with another conceal. Brings Quanok with him. They're going after Sans. Are they going to be able to get a big stun off? But Lutfi decides to go for the body block. Quick little freeze moment. They couldn't get to the juice in. Couldn't pop its Crimson Beacon. Here comes Boy from behind. Finds it. Beneath the golden hour, can ONIC turn this fight around? The damage coming out of the Granger. GK has taken a lot of hits, but no member of ONIC gets taken out as well. They send back Kyrie to clear his own purple buff. He will go up to orange. GK might actually get this, but it's Sino who goes to his own purple buff. It's a long dance.
Long dance. Gotta watch out for Quanok now. Doesn't have the ultimate. Lutfi happy to take all of the damage coming out from members of GK. Kyrie slowly getting into the right side, but Aizen spots him out. They will now control the Lord. No ult for Shen for quite a while. So is Quanok has the ultimate. Shen onto the back lines. They want to control this. There's going to be the Purify actually for Shen. Shen far too forward, getting punished. And now Lutfi goes in forward with Kiba. Implosion with the flicker. There is going to be a kill onto the Granger. And now ONIC above their opening angle. Quanok is down as well. There will be a trade for the Jushin. But now Zeno Pampa under the maniac of Kyrie. And of course, it was Keyboy who started it all so patiently waiting for the most opportune moment to pop the flicker implosion, and he finds it.
This is Keyboy. The perfect timing. And ONIC have broken the damn open Pandora's box. They will get Lord number 1 after a very long dance between these two. A question for GK. What was Shen doing way too deep behind the lines of ONIC and way too early? The other members of GK look like they were not ready to help him out.
Oh man. The battle of patience. Shen onto the back lines. The first one to break was GK Esports. Not gonna lie, that was pretty close. GK Esports played it so well up until the point where Shen was right. Okay, Kyrie forcing the ultimate, pops the probably misses the Philippines because of that sticker, and was so much stun coming out from Keyboy once again. That results in a Quanok kill. Shen has to back out. ONIC, oh my goodness, they're playing with the minds of GK Esports.
Keyboy again. They baited it out. An entry with the Falling Star Moon coming in from Aizen, but now he's stuck because the other members of GK are distracted by Sans with the Crimson Beacon. Kyrie goes in and gets that kill. A monster kill for him. He has hella stacks on the Sky Piercer after the maniac that he got. Shen decides to go forward. Yaga trying to hit from afar, but he has to focus on the minion waves here while ONIC decides to focus on it. And they're not going to be able to take it down just yet. They still have minion waves coming in. They have the man advantage due to the damage of Kelra going forward towards Zeno Baba. The entry by Shen. Just a couple of freezing moments, but not a big set. Doesn't have the golden hour just yet, waiting for it. Full combo from the Eudora. Not going to be able to get a kill. ONIC are still relentless, so they want to go for the end. They have the minion waves, so they go ahead and lock, but they want to respect. They push back the members of GK and have taken game number 1.
as good as Quanok is, as good as Shen was, as good as the entirety of GK from yesterday and up until now, ONIC Indonesia has got their number in the second half of this game. It was very close in the first half, but with just a lot of outplays coming out from Kyrie, you saw how many dodges he was able to do at the tail end of that fight. And of course, Keyboy waiting for his moment, waiting for the time where there's no more golden hour that they can jump in. With the implosion, they were able to find it. Gotta keep your head high now if you are GK Esports, because with all due fairness, that was such a good game for them. They just crumbled in the end. And if they just keep their wits at bay, they can actually recover against ONIC Esports.
For anyone who watched GK Esports during MSC 2026, you have to admit this is a huge leap from what we saw from them in that tournament. Let me remind you, they almost were the team that eliminated Selangor Red Giants in the lower bracket quarterfinals in Group B. It had to go into 3 games. It had to go for SRG bringing out their second string jungler just so that they could make it into the next phase, of course, before getting eliminated by ONIC. These are the champions of MPL MENA in GK. Do not turn off the possibility that they might still be able to force game number 3, because we were both so impressed with how they were handling it. It just really took one moment. And you mentioned it as well from the beginning of the draft. We talk about it in the form of ultimates, whoever uses their ultimate first, but then it became of the story of which roamer gets a little bit too overzealous and triggers their initiation a little bit too early. And in the key moment, it was Shen on the Marcel.
See, it's so funny to watch Kara just really literally focus on the base. And then it actually prompted a lot of reactions from GK Esports. And all of a sudden, you can see Quanok here already ramping up. It feels like ONIC is kind of prepared for this one. They're kind of expecting it. In fact, look this. Kyrie dodges the ultimate. Even Suns as well. They knew that it is going to happen. They knew that eventually Quanok will be tempted into popping the ultimate. They dodge it and they win the fight afterwards. Win the game afterwards, I mean. And GK Esports almost took down ONIC had it not been for Keyboy's heroics. And of course, Kyrie just outplaying everyone with the Hirara.
It's been a trend for Hirara games for Kyrie and ONIC that it could be very level, very steady, and then just when they find that moment, you get multiple kills onto Kyrie. A double, a triple, maybe even a maniac. I feel like we've seen it a lot more, definitely. And again, it's the understanding of ONIC and their timings and their power spikes and the importance of patience. I know this is the meta of just like snowball, go, go, go. But sometimes if it doesn't, you don't get that clear opportunity to get that snowball starting. Sometimes you just have to play it patiently and go back to just a few months ago of waiting for that major power spike or major turnaround point in Lord 1. And that's what we saw from ONIC here.
Yeah. Still, when it comes to the draft choices for both teams, I think they're pretty solid. I honestly believe that GK Esports have found what they wanted to have. And for ONIC Indonesia, that last pick, Tigreal, I think it's more of a comfort pick than it is an actual good pick in that game. I still stand by what I said. It's difficult to play the Tigreal in the presence of the Marcel. And you see how much hard work Keyboy had to do, how much patience he had to muster just to make sure that he will land the game-winning play. He did, however, find it. It looked really good. It looked amazing. It looked cool. But it was difficult. And I don't think that it's something that Keyboy would want to do day in and day out.
Yeah.
Because it's I can feel how stressful it was.
Yeah, it was he had to be a little bit too patient for that. Although he is known for making some very perfect timing take-real plays. When we get back, we'll see the culmination or the continuation, whether or not ONIC will sweep it here, or we'll get to see GK force a game number 3 after this break.
жаңа жетістікке жетелейтін марафон. Біз осы жолды сіздермен бірге 10 жылдан бері жүріп келеміз. Тимур Құлыбаевтың халық қайырымдылық қоры.
Центр кредит банкімен сіз қарапайым және заманауи шешімдердің ортасындасыз. Нық сеніммен жаңа мүмкіндіктер ашып, тексерілген сапаға сеніңіз. BCC KZ мүмкіндіктерді кеңейтіңіз.
One more win. The ONIC sweeps up GK Esports in this series and gets a better placement in the playoffs here at Games of the Future 2026. But we might just be left with one more plot twist as GK look ready and look poised to deal with ONIC. It all boiled down to one moment that didn't go their way. We talked about the drafts. We talked about their execution. I'm going to be real with you. Let's ask you, dog. Bro, Wolf, you really think GK can force a game number 3?
My answer to that is yes, because Renmar, I have seen stranger things happen in the past 2 weeks, right? I've seen like the strongest teams being brought down without a win for MSC, and I'm talking about Team Liquid. I've seen a team from Europe 3-0 ONIC Indonesia, but being forced to a 7-game series up against a team from Myanmar. So yes, Renmar, there's so many things that we did not expect will happen, but happened. in the last 2 weeks of MLBB and GK Esports team from the West, they can actually force the game number 3 after seeing them perform well in the game number 1. Maybe game number 2 is where they finally win against ONIC Indonesia.
Blessed be this meta and all the craziness that it has spawned. Still, the community is trying to think of a name for it. Whatever we'll decide in the years to come of what we're going to be calling this era and this meta of MLBB, may the name be as worthy as the surprises that it has provided. Moonton gave, and they provided. I don't know why I'm going down this line and thinking it around, but hey, let's think about what might happen here in this game number 2. In game number 1, we got to see, of course, a quick little trade with the Marcel. No one going for the Valentina, which I like. There's community sentiment about Valentina and her underwhelming presence in the metagame. Despite their, yes, being great ultimates you can take, sometimes it might just be better to look the other way. And that's exactly what ONIC did by picking up the Juicen at Red 4. But again, we return to one of the breakout stars of this tournament's draft, which is the Melissa getting prioritized by ONIC.
Yeah. And with the first, it even reaches to a point where it's like the first pick for some teams, right? Yeah. So Melissa it seems to be the marksman of choice right now because it just needs to hit a specific timing. Just has to wait for its XP laner to be tanky enough, get its own 3-item power spike, and all of a sudden it's a threat. And the really good thing about Melissa is that it can actually be a threat even when it's pushing and when it's sieging. You saw how Kelra was able to utilize the models so that they can easily push. GK Esports decided to ban the Uranus, the Uranus instead of the Barretts, which was banned by ONIC, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous game. So I think ONIC will not ban the Barretts anymore. They will just maybe take away Marcel, perhaps, and then claim that Barretts for themselves. Okay, no Harley. So they're forcing Hirara as well as the Marcel decision, but GK Sports will be the wiser and will pick up this Barretts instead.
Yeah, that was the right call. You could tell that they were trying to bait the GK into it, but even a slight reaction there from Kyrie, I feel like the society is like, oh, they didn't fall for it. They went ahead and picked it up, but hell, they still get a tremendous tandem in the Marcel and the Hirara, so it's not really a problem. But GK are quick with it. They go ahead and pick up the Paquito. Let's see if they'll still go for the Eudora, or if they'll... Oh, Melissa actually might be great.
Yeah, you already have your Paquito, you already have your Barretts, that is free for you. And I don't think that they will want to pick up the... Oh, okay, so they just pick up the Eudora. All right, ONIC.
It's Q-Dora, it's Q-God, man.
Q-Dora, yep. Okay, so ONIC, is this Melissa or will it be Esmeralda? So that... Oh, Esmeralda's banned. So we might actually see Lupi play a different kind of hero or a substitute to the Uranus as well as the Esmeralda, but I can't think of anything else actually. So they might change this up. What else is what? It's a Loyi. All right, so here's the thought. There was a time when I was working with ONIC, right? And that was a long time ago. Coach Yeb likes to play, and ONIC in general likes to play Loyi against Barretts because the idea is Barretts will always be in front and you will always have a vessel for the duality passive. Yeah, as well as the dispersion is what it's called. Yeah, dispersion. To always hit and ricochet to the other members of your opponent. So probably is the idea. But to pick it up third pick, that is quite interesting actually for ONIC.
Well, As you put it, it makes it easier in terms of the team fighting. They're expecting that there's going to be a lot of front to back action here, but I think what ONIC might have overlooked is the way Quanok plays this Eudora is he makes the front to back look like it doesn't even exist. He'll flicker forward, he'll get that combo off, and then it forces the formation break. Or ONIC are going to be looking towards taking care of their map incredibly well and just maximizing the speed of rotations that you could get with the Loe and the Marcel together. Let's see. Maybe they've cooked up some very unique takes here and a combination with the Loe pickup. Now they're losing their gold lane options. The Melissa gets banned out here by GK. Still, if they're leaning towards front to back and looking at the dispersion, and they need a little bit more shred, they might be keen on picking up the carry a little bit later. Maybe even the Clint should still be good. Play the front to back and allow Kelra to freely hit from behind.
Yeah. I think it's more worth it to get the Kelra hero now and just wait for the Lupi hero afterwards. But then again, since you're playing Kelra, you might as well give Kelra the best hero for the very last pick. So I'm thinking of a tank hero that could fit. Maybe Terizda actually for Lutpi.
Oh, yeah.
What other tanky dude can be in the front lines? Babsha.
Oh,
that's a tanky dude.
Yep. Is it? Wait, it's an XP Baksha?
Yep.
Oh, they're throwing it way back. This is some M2 level tradings in the EXP with Baksha and Paris in the EXP. We're going way back, and now here comes Ling making a comeback. It's a golden Paquito. This might be tough for the Ling, not gonna lie.
On the contrary, I can see it. I see the vision.
Because they don't have any catch? Like hard single target catch?
Yeah, 100%. And also, Louis hates playing against the Ling. When Louis was the top pick hero, Ling will always be the tech pick against that. So that could be an option. Now, Paquito, what will you now pick? Kelra up against that hero. Well, Brody is available, and I think it's just a very safe pick. They go for the Ruby.
Whoa.
Actually, one of the traditional answers to the Ling.
Yeah?
Not gonna lie, I think I like GK Esports' lineup better.
Yeah, it's very sound ideas around it. Maybe this early low-E priority might be good. ONIC might be playing a little bit, but you see the vision and the idea behind it. While GK go for just something a little bit more familiar and something we're a little bit more used to. But Rubies in the gold lane, especially if it's going to build full damage, I feel like has been a nightmare for many of us. Surprisingly going up against it in our ranked games where we're suddenly always wondering, why can't we kill this Ruby? And why does it hurt like a truck? Maybe that's what they're banking on ONIC and what they're hoping this Ruby could be. But if we just follow the current trends of the metagame, GK looks like they might be on the way to forcing a game 3.
Yep. See how good they are with it. All right. There's something that we will be able to discover after this game. How powerful is it on the EXP lane? And already we're seeing some benefit for picking up this backshot with this leashing. Actually, is one of the best heroes to actually leash for your jungler. And up against that, there was a time, and I'm not gonna lie, there was a time that the backshot was the answer to the bats. And that was around M2, around Season 6. In fact, because of the anti-heal properties, and you generally don't care about each other. But if you get hit by Lutpi's plates, it can easily be taken out eventually.
Shen might be the first one taken out of here. Perfect stun there by Quanok to stop Kyrie and Kaboy from completing the kill onto that Belleric. But ONIC did get a small win. They forced out the flicker from the Belleric. So no surprise takes here. And let's see, maybe if I remember correctly, the box show the last time we saw it, it had one simple job. Especially in the EXP lane, back in M2, you just keep diving the back line. You drop down that poisons, you break that formation, and then now all hell breaks loose for the opposing team.
Wonder where
Because it can survive the burst of the Eudora.
Yes. There's not much to jump onto apart from the Eudora. But you do have that extra anti-heal that can also be a problem for both the Paquito as well as this Barats. And of course, the Belleric. What I'm concerned about is how will ONIC actually play this Louis? Like where does it stand? Is this a diversion play that okay, why is Quanok there? We don't know. But they did take out Quanok. Which is a fair trade, a really good trade for ONIC. Now they will take the turtle with it.
So much tanky boys right in front of you. The Paquito and the Ruby aren't even here just yet. And look at Aizen melting, struggling to get away from this Baksha. But you still have Xenobomba close by. He looks like he went a little bit too early. He still has the retribution, but Sans gets the last hit onto that turtle. Lutpi now trying to run away from this. Yaga gets a kill onto Carry. Lutpi brought down really low, but GK Esports decide to back off.
All things considered, I think they have the better trade-off. They were able to feed a kill, an assist for Xeno, a kill for Yaga, the gold laner. They denied some minions away from the Baxia. So Aizen was quick to react up to the top lane. There's a teleport play. Not going to be able to take down Quanok. Quanok is still level 3 at this point, now level 4. That death up top was really detrimental to the levels and the experience of this Eudora. However, GK Esports gonna be happy with whatever happened. Every time the link does not die in neutral objectives, it's good.
Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, Yaga gets spotted out. Kyrie, Sans, and Kelra. The teamwork to get a kill onto the gold lane Paquito. Will be opening up a little bit more room for Kelra to farm in the bottom lane, expediting the process of his farm.
Looking sweet now for ONIC as Kelra, the Ruby, being fed 1 assist as well. And will actually be able to get a double lane setup for himself. And the good thing about this Ruby is that it's very spammable. They want to go for Aizen. Tanky dude.
Hello.
Yep, not the best target to actually try to eliminate at this point.
They whittle him down a bit, somewhat. Yaga gets a couple of hits there on the turret, getting a little bit more gold for himself to recover. Bomba, Xeno gets the gold crab. I don't know why. I think it's just because you're so used to calling Kid Bomba Bomba that I can't help but call Xeno Bomba just Bomba also.
Yeah. It's Bomba sanity just recently because of the achievements of Kid Bomba. But again, Turtle, neutral objective, very important in here. I think they'll use the Louis just to transport the Baxia into that fight. Okay, so that's exactly what's going to happen here for ONIC. Diversion is just used to really just an express way for the split pushers of ONIC to get into the neutral objectives, which will now commence.
The fight breaks off. Shank is taken out. Oh, Aizen missed the detonus. Welcome. This could be really massive. But the missiles and the knockback brings ONIC a little bit closer to victory, actually, even though they're the ones that get hit by it. And Turtle number 2 will be going to ONIC. Let's see if they can build that into an even bigger win as Yaga is trying to clear the minion wave in the bottom lane. Lutpi decides to go in for the dive. A little bit of a sidestep and a flicker, but they decide to dive the tower. Instead, Yaga falls to ONIC after Turtle goes to them.
5 people in for ONIC. They take out 2. They will be able to take the turret as well. Xeno just decides to split push. Smart play coming out from Xeno, given what is the situation there for their team, as it was a quick elimination onto Shen. And don't run Wolf King from Kelra. It's perfect. Lutpi now, it comes Kelra once again, snagging Quanok. Quanok is down. Now they wanted for the Grand of the Giant, but it comes the golden hour to counter the play coming up from GK Esports, trapping 2. And of course, the Louis with prepped up duality passive after the golden hour. That was the tech that they were looking for. Kyrie diving in, being teleported. Oh, Xeno misses the shot. Kyrie is gonna survive despite him diving too deep. And ONIC has showing us a new tech with this Louis in combination with this Marcel.
Chloe, Marcel, Ruby, a lot of close range, but Quanok again gets the burst of a lifetime. But Yaga quickly gets answered. Ludwig decides to go forward with the shield unity. Kyrie, iframe, takes out Quanok, gets a damage off. But with Aizen, Zeno, and Shen all healthy, Kelra, Sans, and Kyrie all back off. This combination is nasty from ONIC. It's like it will suck you in. It will just group you up. And it will not let you go and slowly eat you up. That is crazy tech by ONIC that they're showcasing.
Oh, yeah. We saw that there is little to no reaction that GK Esports were able to do afterwards. They lost 2 of their members immediately after the golden hour. And fortunately for GK Esports, Zeno is still alive. And Zeno is able to farm up top. Kelra smells something awry at top. Yep, Sans again. Sans is more like a ride-hailing app, practically. Yeah. Look at this.
I mean, yeah, he literally grabs his team with him.
Yeah.
And takes them wherever they want to go. Oh, but here comes pedal to the metal. It's Gus for ONIC. They go forward. They get a pick off onto Shen. And JK immediately back away from the turtle. It's all 3 turtles going to ONIC in game number 2.
We'll take it. They will now force the issue into the middle. They know that Abito is up top. They want to dive in Aizen. This time Zeno threatens for anything. He's just overseeing the operation right now. Oh, Aizen misses the Daytonas again. And he's punished for it. Damage coming out from Quanok. Rather than Dryad as well. In comes the golden hour for the counter. Baba Yaga onto the back lines. But he's quickly stopped by Kelra. Second skill to stun him down. And now Kyrie with the iframes to take him out. With the help of Kelra, they eliminate the Paquito. And now Keyboy controlling Shen. Shen taken out by Sans. Perfect movements coming out from ONIC. Only losing Lutpi. And now Karen jumps dead. Quanok is dead. Just like that. You cannot be stationary against the members of ONIC because everybody can just snag you away and take you down.
What is this lineup? Absolutely disgusting by ONIC. And it looks like they've trained and practiced this for a long time with how smooth they're playing it. The flicker, I'm offended, and all of the layering of crowd control before that. Yeah, it's a problem for GK because they're literally immobile against all of this crowd control, the constant procs of the duality and dispersion coming in from Sans and his Lo Yi. If you blink and look at if you squint and look at it a certain way, it looks like this lineup was built for the Lo Yi as the centerpiece, and they go again. Aizen gets taken down. Kyrie is godlike, even with the anti-dive heroes to the side of GK. There's just too much crowd control, but finally ONIC might have bitten more than they could chew. They finally access Sans, but he's safe, he's free, because he is well protected by the other members of this crazy ass lineup.
And you can see the reaction coming out from ONIC. It's as if they were expecting Yaga to go in. The moment that the Paquito went in with the flicker, they knew exactly what to do. But it wasn't the flicker that Yaga used, but the mobility coming out from the Paquito and the potential burst onto the backlines, able to react, protect themselves, peel for each other. The reaction time coming out from ONIC is pristine. And this chaotic lineup that we thought does not make sense, the backshot from the EXP, the Louis third pick, we didn't know that it could be as smooth as this. And ONIC, Coach Yeb, CW will never doubt you again.
They have cooked. I guess it works out very well for them too that it's into a lineup with a Paquito gold lane.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see how this lineup would have fared with a longer distance poke marksman, but I feel like it also might not have made that much of a difference. ONIC would have just continued diving, continued fighting.
Red team turret, blue team turret.
This is the Hail Mary play. Look at Shen going for the backlines. But there will be flicker for Sans and the rest of ONIC available as well. Let's see how can GK Esports cope this time.
Shen, conceal. He'll have the flicker. He tosses it out. It doesn't get everyone, but it gets enough. Tempest of Blades gets brought down, but it's delayed by the Golden Hour. Kana gets taken out by Kyrie, who has decimated the backline. Keller takes down Yaga. Double kill there for Kyrie. 3 members of JK down, and ONIC with this lineup. Run and gun. All gas. No brakes. Ruby in the gold lane. Baxter in the EXP. That's ONIC in 2. No need for game 3.
Unbelievable lineup, so chaotic, so good, so random. You would think that it will not win, but ONIC have rehearsed this, practiced with it, and showed us how it's done. New text unlocked by ONIC Indonesia. Marcel with the Louis, it works. And a lot of displacement as well. Again, the duality being propped means that there's a lot of displacement already coming out from the Louis. And then you have Kelra with the I'm offended. Ruby obviously has a lot of displacement. And of course, this Baxia that is always going to be a threat when it comes to the dive. And it's unlike any other diver out there. It's very tanky. And maybe, just maybe, we have found an answer to the Barretts in the EXP that has been running rampant all throughout the past 2 weeks of MLBB action in the pro scene. Thank you so much, ONIC, for actually making this happen.
Time is a flat circle. It seems like we're quickly running through the history of MLBB, except of course people constantly just whipping out sabers and Karinas back when they were absolutely busted. But what's next? Again, it's like what, in 3-4 weeks, maybe the midway through the next MPL season, suddenly there's a team bringing back full-on Ubis somehow. But this meta game, just when we thought we have settled in, here comes ONIC. And you have to put JK up there in terms of quality. Look how they played game number 1. It took one mistake, just one little mistake, and they lost it. And they were giving ONIC a huge struggle and challenge in that game. Game number 2, here's ONIC bring back an old favorite. Again, we discussed it during the draft, and you